So welcome, good morning, everyone. Thanks for coming back. What did we have for today? We are going to pick up where we left off in chapter 3, and we have through chapter 5 on the agenda, a couple of proposals mixed in. And so typically how we do this is we will start with tabled items. Is there anything, Laura, that I needed to cover that you can remember? Aside from, I'll remind everybody one more time about the chat, that we do not monitor the chat unless you're having a technical problem or something. You can put it in the chat, and sometimes Laura will put links in the chat. Usually, all of you should have, or hopefully you do, I should ask, you have access to the website with all the proposals, the updated chapters, matrix. That's good? Or do we need Laura? She's going to do it anyway. So Laura's going to put a link to that back in the chat. There it is.
And it's for committee use only.
That's for committee use only, Laura said. So.
But like, yeah, for the review, I guess.
Yeah, that's the intent, like we did last time. Rex mentioned, just reminder that we intend to just kind of roll through the Oregon amendments, existing Oregon amendments, as that is existing code and law, unless you want to discuss it. So as we go through them, of course, committee members want to discuss something, we can do that. But otherwise, I'm not intending to give the background and history on every one of those. So anything from committee before we dive in? Nope. Okay. All right. Let's do this. So the first tabled item in the matrix was, I gotta readjust here, sorry, was the patio cover discussion, and I believe we rounded that out for the most part, except for the question came up about a limitation on length, or how far away from the structure, 10 feet, I think was the suggestion, for some limitation on exempt patio covers. And we did kick that, Jeremy and I kicked that around with administration. Because again, just reminder, chapter 1 is reserved for the division, but we always seek input on things, and especially where it could eliminate confusion. And so we kicked that upstream, and didn't get a lot of traction on making a change, just based on lack of history of issues or failures on patio covers, based on, and there's so many configurations, so many possible configurations, it makes it difficult to put bookends on it. So that's where we landed. So right now the intent would not be to expand that, the R105.2 patio cover for a length. Jeremy, was there more on that one?
No, that's it.
Covered it. Okay. The other thing that I did on this one, there was some discussion that went back and forth on some of the changes that we were recommending on that with the patio covers. And so I did make a run at some tweaks and just some things to think about. One of the things that we were there was two things we were trying to accomplish, and I'm not sure I articulated those very well. One was to try to clarify that a patio cover is a porch cover, is a deck cover. It's a cover regardless of what it is. But right now the code only says patio cover, so that's why we added deck and porch, because it's the same animal. But we get a lot of questions about, well, it's over a deck, so what is it? So what I realized in looking at it was that we might, because we point, right, the way I had it written was porch covers, deck covers, and patio covers in accordance with AH, or as defined in AH, because that's what was defined there. So what I was kicking around the idea of was adding the deck and patio to the definition in AH to clarify something along the lines of patio covers inclusive of porch and deck covers, and then on and on, because you could enclose a deck cover, you could enclose a patio cover, you could enclose a porch cover. It's all the same thing. So something to think about. And then the other piece was just more clarification on the 302, the exception 3, for why we were, and I think Natalie was asking about this one, why we were adding that there. And what was happening was folks were building, because that section is specific to detached. So folks were building freestanding porch covers that were an inch away from the house or even flashed to the house but not structurally attached. And now, because of the way that was written, they are exempt from property line, from the 3 feet from the property line protection. And then, but if you attach that porch cover, the intent was you are subject to the 3 feet from the property line. So we're trying to close that loop in the detached, except for patio, porch, and deck covers, to try to clarify that that's not the intent. And then I started thinking more about that, and I don't know, something for the committee to think about is, should we introduce a distance for detached from the dwelling? Like a 3 feet from the dwelling also. This just gets more and more convoluted trying to clear it up, it seems like. But so those are some thoughts that were bouncing around in my brain, and I can put something together for the group, and like in terms of what that language looks like. I just I kind of put a draft together and shot it out for some feedback, but I haven't got the feedback that I was looking for yet on that. So, but just wanted to throw it out as a thought.
I definitely appreciate the idea of adding the deck and porch cover concept to the AH section, so that way it's clearer in that context. Because I agree with you, the intent is not necessarily to say only patio covers can be enclosed. The porch covers often have some enclosing walls and stuff like that on it. So I think adding that to that section would be beneficial. So I like that idea.
Yes, I agree with Jonathan. Thanks for doing that. And I'd be interested to see kind of what your proposed language is, Eric, regarding, I think, the distance, the detached from the primary structure.
Okay, I can send it out. What I'll do is I'll send it out to the committee to chew on, whether it's, today. We don't have to resolve that today. It was just something I was looking at.
Especially on the detached from the existing structure, you might, I know you're getting input, but might actually talk to Richard specifically about that. For some reason, we got rid of the original 6 feet in between for that in the 11 code. So there was some impetus to say we're not concerned. So I don't know if we really want to take a step back unless we're seeing a whole bunch of accessory structure fires that are causing issues to the primary dwelling.
Sure. Yep. I was waiting for the committee to make sure. Terry, did you?
Yeah, I was going to say, with residential code, the building can be unlimited in size, basically. So I don't see a reason for, as long as it's not like a garage where you need that kind of a separation, vehicle parking, that there needs to be a separation between the accessory and the dwelling. The part that we get sometimes is if people start blocking egress windows, because you get them if they're putting a small 200 square foot, which right now it can be right next to the building. But that is the only thing that I've seen that causes me heartburn, is when they start putting those right in front of an egress window. So you basically have blocked it.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Terry. Just for clarification, yeah, that I wasn't intending to say any sort of separation between the cover and the dwelling. What I was looking at, what we're dealing with, is the property line fire rating on the cover. So
I agree with the 3 feet on the property line. I think that's appropriate.
Okay, good. That's what I was after. I was talking about, what I was contemplating was, do we need to say, if it's detached and it's so close to the dwelling and the property, within 3 feet of the property line, then do we protect that, because then a fire on that could extend? That's what I was toying with. Definitely not any separation between the two, Terry. Yeah. Thank you very much. Okay, I'll shoot out some before the next meeting. I just wanted to throw it out talk it through a little bit so when you saw it, you know what the thought process was. Everybody all right with that then?
Sounds great.
Okay, moving on. Next tabled item was, Jeremy. Okay, Jeremy's up. This was the R301.1.3. This was the discussion that we had around that whole engineered practice, engineered design, not engineered prescriptive stuff. So I'd like to say the division, but I can't. Jeremy came up with some a proposal and some language on how to maybe resolve that. So I will turn it over to him.
Thanks, Eric. Laura, could you pull that up on the screen so everybody could take a look at it? Or
Okay,
does
two
everybody have
things. While
access
she's
to that?
doing that, she's working on that, Jeremy, and then
Okay.
she just clarified who is covering for Nia? Blake? Okay, I see.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, just so the rest of the committee knows. So Blake is Kevin.
I'm Kevin this morning, and Kevin might be himself this afternoon. We'll see. We're trying to juggle this.
Okay, thanks, Blake. Appreciate it. And
Yeah,
Laura is
sure.
looking for. Do you have that? It was the Word doc that had the changes with the new definition and the right, Jeremy?
Yeah, I can do my own screen share if it's easier.
Yeah, you do it. She said.
Okay. Can everybody see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, it should be, you should see this purple text. Everybody see the purple text here? Okay. So yeah, there was discussions, and Rex Turner gave a recommendation to take a look at this just to help clarify questions, confusion that often arises related to engineer design, prescriptive design, non-prescriptive design, Osbeil's laws, regulation, those sorts of things. It's just kind of sprinkled throughout the code, and there's lots of questions that come up. So this is a first kind of draft. Just know this is a draft. We'd still have to run this by our executive leadership just to make sure there's no issues with statutes or rules. But starting out, when we go to R30113, this section here, this section would be changed from engineer design to this term, new term, and it's a defined term, non-prescriptive design. That way it covers things that wouldn't have to be necessarily stamped by an engineer, but it could also include non-conventional, non-prescriptive designs that can be done by the public. So this non-prescriptive design, it would be the new title, and it would state where a building of otherwise conventional construction contains structural elements exceeding the limits of R301 or otherwise not conforming to the prescriptive design provisions of this code. That's a new defined term here. Prescriptive design would be a design which complies with the prescriptive provisions of this code. This language is used in model code, so it's nothing new or different. And remember, prescriptive provisions just means a prescriptive recipe that's either already designed, baked into the code, or is based on empirical evidence. These elements shall be non-prescriptively designed. So that'd be a new term, defined term as well. So non-prescriptive design is a design that is not prescriptive, not a prescriptive design, and is either a design that is not required to be prepared by a RDP per section 106.1 or an engineered design. So it's either not required to be engineered or it's required to be engineered. And then non-prescriptive designs shall result in a system capable of supporting the loads prescribed in this code or the building code and provide a complete load path that transfers those loads from their points of origin through the load resisting elements in foundation to the supporting soil. And then we say see section R30113. Then we say the extent of such non-prescriptive design need only demonstrate compliance with non-conventional elements. Engineered design in accordance with the building code is permitted, same as it was before. So then 106.1, here's the proposed language here for cleanup. So no change to the front end, but we make a change here where special conditions exist. The building official is authorized to require additional construction documents be submitted. And then construction documents shall be prepared by a registered design professional where required by ORS 671, 672. 671 is the OSBAE architectural laws and rules and statutes, and 672 is engineering OSBILs. And then we strike this because it's an interpretation of their statutes, which we were thinking we could either have a text box here to give them maybe a reference to the reference manual or just train on it. But that's the general thought. And then there's going to be provisions throughout the code, maybe 40 to 50 instances where it states designed in accordance with exception during practice. That would all have to get changed to shall be non-prescriptively designed, which would either be engineered or not required to be engineered, but it still has to meet the loading criteria. And then similarly, where the forces of this is the irregularity section, where the forces associated with irregularity are resisted by a structural system non-prescriptively designed, the remainder of the building shall be permitted to be prescriptively designed. So that's model code here, where we just kind of rearrange and change that language. And then again, wherever it says design in accordance with exception during practice, we change it to non-prescriptively designed. And like I said, there's about 40 to 50 instances. So this is a first crack at it. We just wanted to get feedback from the committee on this. So I'll stop sharing here.
And before the committee chimes in, I just wanted to add, the intent here is to not change anything. And that's so if it looks like there's something that's being changed, this is what Jeremy worked up here is consistent with the guidance that we've given jurisdictions consistently. That's what we've said. So I think that's it. That's all I was trying to say is this is just to try to align with what we've told folks, not to change anything about the code.
This is Rex. Jeremy, thank you. That's some good work. I think this is a big leap in the right direction. Just a little tweaking maybe. I like your idea of putting the text box in chapter 1 of referring to the BO manual.
Okay.
The one thing I was a little hung up on was the definition of non-prescriptive. Maybe we can expand that a little bit more. I mean, we call it non-prescriptive and then we describe it as non-prescriptive, but don't really say. And I'm not really coming up with the words right now, but just something maybe to keep in the back of your mind is maybe that can be vetted out a little bit more so it's really clear what non-prescriptive is.
Okay.
Jeremy, this is Natalie. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I really appreciate these changes too. I like having more things defined. I think it may be a change in Portland, but for a good way to really understand what engineered design means. And if I'm understanding correctly, engineered would be by a stamp or with a stamp. And then we've got this whole other bank now, not a stamp, but using calculations. And it could be by anyone. And then we've got the next tier that is following the prescriptive language written already in the code.
Correct. Yeah, that's correct. So there's three things here defined. Two things fall under non-prescriptive. So prescriptive is its own recipe that's already captured by our code. Then there's either engineered design, which is stamped by an RDP. And then there's, I guess the term would be non-engineered design and also not prescriptive. So as defined right now, we're showing it is a non-prescriptive design is a design that is not a prescriptive design. So that means it does not comply with the prescriptive provisions and is either stamped by an RDP here or not required to be stamped by an RDP. And then we state that non-prescriptive design has to still meet your loading criteria. So say Alan Mascord of Mascord Design Plans does beam calcs. No engineering. They do beam calcs for one single family homes. They're not required to have their engineering license to do those. That would be a non-prescriptive design. That non-prescriptive design would have to result in a system that's capable of supporting the load. So their beams would have to have load path, transferring everything, and meet this requirement, meet the intent of Chapter 3 of our res code. But yeah, I don't know. I guess I could we could table this definition for a future meeting to we could get you that document for review, and then you guys could tinker with it, provide suggested feedback, just like Rex suggested.
Yeah, Jeremy, if maybe you could send this to us and we can sit down and go through and process it a little bit more. It's a pretty significant change to look at right on real time here.
Yep, sounds good. We'll do. That's it from me, Eric. Unless anybody else has thoughts.
Hey, Jeremy, this is Ian. Do you foresee any fiscal impacts with that, even though there's no changes intended at all?
No fiscal
Perfect.
change.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, good to move on then, committee, on that one? Okay. Next tabled item, wait, let me go back. So the committee wants to look at the whole, all of that language. So we're tabling a table. Just want to make sure.
Yes.
We're tabling the table.
We're
Okay.
just not picking it back up.
We're just not picking back. Okay.
We left it on the table.
And I do realize this was a not one originally out there, and so so Laura posted it on the committee webpage to take a look at. So if we can sort it out, the sooner the better. And this is one of the things I forgot to say up front is just a reminder that we are up against the gun on this. We're already behind, and we have to get through the process. Usually we would have first draft in February to ICC, and we've got meetings scheduled now into January, and then we have to get it to the board. So some of this stuff, while it may feel pressured, that's because it is, and we just have to get through it. So just a reminder, so as much of this stuff as we can sort out as quickly, or if you can sort out some of it offline as well too, take some time to review it when we, like this particular one, when we get it to you. That would be super helpful. So the next one then, after the table of the table that I showed tabled, was R327.7, the wet use location. There was a proposal that I think the committee tabled. Is there anything new on that one? It looks like it was a proposal by Wayne.
I have not gotten a response back from American Wood Council yet.
I thought we were just going to clarify that was for exterior only,
Which one?
the wet location.
I have that one as tabled.
No, we had to ask him to give us better parameters of what the intent was, because, off of the quick look that I found, the intent of it is, the serviceability of the lumber at 19% for a duration, and it's not well defined what that duration was of the exposure. So it's not just it's exposed to the environment, it's going to get constant wetting to the point where it's going to stay at 19% or more for some timeline. So that's the part that we were trying to figure out.
And Jeremy had asked that I reach out to American Wood Council to see if they had some kind of clarification on what that was. And I have not heard back from them, or haven't gotten response to it yet for what that is. And so I hadn't created that clarification yet.
Okay, thanks, Wayne. Ed, did you have a question?
Yeah, I was just going to mention I'm with the American Wood Council, so I don't know the answer, I guess, off the top of my head here, but Wayne, I'll touch base with you after the meeting here, and I'll get you an answer on that as soon as I can.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ed. Okay, moving on. Next tabled item was the townhouse. The recommendation or the proposal from the division to move the current townhouse provisions, or most of them, into a SAM and then adopt the model code townhouse provisions. And the only thing that that has changed on that, and I think I saw it in as a recommendation in the document that Jonathan sent out, was adding back the utility language that we had in 302.27 or somewhere. But that's I went back and re-reviewed it, and I could see why that probably is a good idea to put that back in. And so other than that, I will turn it back over to the committee. It looks like Jonathan, did you send that out to the whole committee, Jonathan, that email?
Yeah, I sent it to the whole committee, and if Laura could throw it up, we can throw through it really quick on the provisions that I thought we should talk about. It seemed those were the organ amendments that are most impacted.
I didn't receive any email.
I didn't either, and I also sent an email, and I apologize, it was late. I sent it out yesterday with some thoughts.
I didn't receive that one.
I got Natalie's email, but I didn't get, did you say Jonathan sent one?
That's weird. I used Natalie's email.
Yeah. I see everybody's name on the emails that Natalie's talking about, and I did get yours, Natalie.
Afternoon?
Wednesday, yesterday, 1:24.
And then I just sent mine because I was out yesterday.
Not get it.
Oh, I have yours, Jonathan, this morning. Yeah.
Gotta love spam filters and IT departments. And don't get it wrong, ours always does that because we're not a .gov for whatever reason. We want to be a .net.
Mine was a response to one of Laura's emails. I think I did get it out of office.
So if I see what happened on yours, say part of your email addresses was not there. The CO part was not on there, so I'll forward it to you.
Jonathan, do you want to pull up your document and we can look through it?
Right.
Sure, I can share mine. Hang on just a sec. Zoom in so we can see it. So the first part that was an organ amendment that I wasn't sure if we wanted to talk about, just to make it easy for people for clarification with the scope change in chapter 1, especially that just happened last code cycle. Looks like we had 302.2.2 2 for mixed occupancy is just clarifying that you're not supposed to have mixed occupancies in a townhouse, except for live work units, which then puts you back to the structural code and then kind of drives you back. So I don't know if that was of value to anybody.
I think that's good to keep in there.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. And then the R327.7 utilities for townhouses, shared and common utilities shall not run beneath a townhouse. Separate utility service shall be supplied for each individual townhouse. Utilities serving an individual townhouse shall not run beneath another separate townhouse and shall not run through the attic space of another townhouse. I know that was temporarily removed from the 17 code and brought back to the 21 code because that was not the intent from the division to accidentally remove that. So it was brought back in slightly stronger form. I appreciate the way this one's worded. So I think it's of value to add back.
Yeah, same.
And then this one, the table R327.264, if I remember it came in on the 21 code also, just clarifying the projections in relation to the property line and what was required. This actually may go to Wayne's duplex separation thing, which we can talk about language to tie it back together for duplexes or 2 dwelling units attached with a real property line. But this table, I think there's some benefit, especially given the fact that unlike 302.1, which doesn't allow projections over a property line, in reality, this table specifically allows projections over the property line, which is common in townhouses. So that would be of benefit to retain. And then seems like we should already know this, but the opening protections at the dwelling separation walls are not permitted. That might be a good one. I didn't see that in the model version. This one, I don't know if it's technically needed, but it is one that we added in the Oregon version, which is just clarifying that, yes, you can have a common footing and foundation for townhouses. I know that had come up in jurisdictions that aren't used to townhouses when they're doing a structurally independent design specifically, because, well, how can you have structurally independent when you're using the same foundation? That was the old argument. So this might be wise to have, whether it's in townhouse provision or somewhere in the foundation section instead. And then this one goes to Natalie's too. We ended up with a new accessibility section to try to align with what the Fair Housing Act actually requires for townhouse units. And I know Natalie gave us some discussion points for off of the the new IRC that's coming out. So one of those two might be wise to add back in there, since if we do 4-unit townhouses, they could be applicable if they're single story. And then the one that I think's a key one, like the utility one, is the through wall penetration. The current draft from the model code doesn't explicitly clarify that we shouldn't have through wall penetrations between the units. So those were the provisions that I saw in the existing that seems beneficial to retain it within the code.
Well, Jonathan, I think we were on the same page as far as like critical language that should be included. Some of the stuff that I was finding for the changes to come in the IRC, I think are about the separation and openings. One of them is about if there's not a lot line separation, that there's an imaginary line that you need to keep separation, which would address that. The language is different, so I don't know if we want to keep the existing ORSC or take a look at the future IRC. But it did seem like with the model language for townhouses, there's been some confusion since it got brought in, and so there's more places in the code, for example, that they've made sure to add, you know, townhouse or townhouse unit to make it clear that those sections about separation, for example, do need to be addressed in a townhouse instead of just a dwelling unit. So, I mean, those were my concerns, and yeah, everything also that you said, Jonathan. I also, I don't know what to do about it, but we have a lot of applicants that cut and paste all of the beautiful drawings, right from the code into their plan sets. And so I think it is going to be a stretch, for both applicants and the reviewers to make sure the requirements are there. Another one is like the cricket construction. People are just like, oh yeah, this is how we'll say we'll do it. That is gone. I think I understand that the requirement for 4 feet is still there, but we're kind of removing an option or a fix for people can see that and be like, oh, this is how I would do it. So beyond the vagueness of the model language, I just am concerned about the hand-holding that we're taking away.
This is Rex. I'm really out of my element on townhouses, but just my observation, could you put those things that Natalie's talking about in an interp and a white paper or something, and they could access them there?
Yeah, the intent was actually to put it into a SAM, a statewide alternate method, so then jurisdictions would have to allow it. I mean, that was as an option still. So it was never intended to take them away. If this went, I mean, obviously this doesn't have to go. The proposal was born of a lot of time by the division explaining these things and trying to describe what they mean. And some of the times we would find ourselves not even understanding what the intent was behind something, because some of these illustrations, if you've played with them that much, there's a lot missing and there's a lot that doesn't make sense. But there's some good stuff in there too, like some of these things. And I kind of went through and was looking at some of this stuff that Jonathan's pointing out too. And just from a division perspective on, I don't know if all of you got the code change proposals that Natalie had sent out too. I did look at those two. Not a fan of the 48-22 one, and I think she just alluded to that on the property line one, and that's, or the ones where they're adding townhouses, because I in the division, and I ran this by Richard, our chief building official also, the definitions take care of this, because a townhouse is a dwelling. And so anywhere where it says dwelling, it's going to take into account that separation. And even the imaginary line says, between two buildings. So I don't know why they would add townhouse. It doesn't make any sense to add it. So we took a careful look at that one, and the division wasn't super in love with that one of the RB 4822, because it just feels like one of those things where we're adding a bunch of amendments where the code already addresses it. And sometimes clarity is all right, but so for that particular one, and I'll just blow through these really quick, and then Natalie can add to it also if she had any more thoughts. There was one on accessibility in 320. That one's actually covered currently in Oregon because we send you to the structural code for care facilities, and then in can't remember, where we put it, 419, 420. That's the reference back to accessibility for care facilities in dwellings would be covered already. And then I do not have a comment on the common accessory areas. Maybe you can build on that one a little bit. That seemed like it probably did have some merit. And then I'll kick it back to the committee for a discussion on that. And did everybody on the committee get those from Natalie? Did somebody say they didn't get them?
I didn't get anything.
Yeah, I didn't receive anything either.
Who was that? Elizabeth, and who else?
Natalie. I checked my spam too. Nothing came through.
Well, I can forward them.
It happens to me often because people misspell Malheur County so often, so I completely understand.
I just got Jonathan's from him. Thanks, Jonathan.
No problem. Joy of being from a jurisdiction that used to have the CI part. It's like, oh, missing part of your web address.
I didn't get anything from Jonathan either. I haven't received a single email on the code changes that took place between our last meeting.
Okay, sorry, I had searching for it. I put it in a place where I wouldn't forget it.
Can I ask a question while you're sending those? I also am a little bit out of my element in townhouses, haven't dealt with them a lot, but in looking through the current code and the changes, where does the new proposal address, the old code has deck separation, porch covers, exterior stairways. Is that all addressed somewhere in this new?
It would also be nice to maybe pull that up for us to see.
I definitely like the simplifying it and having them provide a listed assembly, especially if our current drawings are missing elements and don't technically qualify as a listed assembly. I like the idea of simplifying it and putting it on them to come up with something.
Okay, I'm going to try to catch up here. So there was Elizabeth. What were you Elizabeth? Was that you that asked? What were you asking to put up?
To put up the changes, the proposed changes that for this particular section.
That would be hard.
Okay.
Because I mean, the proposal was just go to model code.
Completely go to model code, right?
Well, and keep anything that the committee felt was important. That's Jonathan started with that, or that. So that'd be pretty. I mean, I would love to be able to put it out, but.
So I mean, I appreciate that. Thanks, Jonathan and Natalie, for hey, these elements are pretty important, and we really want to emphasize them. And I do agree that we need a statewide alternate method. I think that would be really helpful for our customers. But I can also see sort of that redundancy and always adding the townhomes, even though it's already addressed in the code. And what you mentioned, Eric. Sometimes I think with simplifying or over explaining, it gets confusing to people.
I did just forward, I see your hand up, Jody, there, sorry. I did just forward Natalie's email to Elizabeth and Adelaide.
Thank you.
So those were the proposals that she had sent. And did you both get, did anybody not get Jonathan's? Did you get that? Is there somebody that still didn't?
I didn't get Jonathan's, and I just checked my spam because my email is spelled right from Natalie, but it didn't come through on my spam either. But I did get it from you, Eric, but I didn't see one from Jonathan either.
I'll forward it now.
Thank you very much.
Jody?
Sure, and I'm happy to wait my turn because I'm interested in what everyone's talking about. Those are the concerns that I have as well with the property line piece and the projections across it. Or if we don't actually have a property line, it seems like the model code is set up for a nice, clean, rectangular box where all the faces line up and all the porches or whatever. And that's just not what we see. We see a lot of ins and outs. The cantilevered living area pieces are gone, all of that detail. And maybe that's fine to lose, but I don't know that it's clear how to deal with the porches, porch covers, all of that. Even if we add in this table, it seems like we need to reference it maybe in the 302.1, or somehow we got to get there to use this as an option instead of the projection requirements in the regular table that don't allow them less than 2 feet to the assumed fire separation line. And then I do like the addition of the explicitly saying where there is a real property line, or when you have townhouse units that you have this assumed property line. But if the committee and the BCD doesn't think it's necessary, then as long as we're clear on that. It didn't seem clear to the national level when they're adding it in. So I can only say that. Thank you.
Thanks, Jody. I want to ask on that particular one, Natalie, maybe since you submitted it, that showed it was disapproved, and then did it ever make it all the way through? I didn't see.
Sorry, I was trying to label them. That one was approved with public comment, I believe, and Jody was there, so she might be able to speak up
Public comment
about it better.
4822, RB 4822. Wait.
And I mean, a lot of this has come up recently with the middle housing, people coming in and not quite understanding, what's going to happen when they do decide to put a property line in. And so it feels like to me we're giving instructions that are different for an assumed property line or a real property line that then applicants may and are allowed to come back later and add a property line, and then the construction is already done and it won't meet the code requirements of having a real lot line. So aligning the requirements to an imaginary line or a lot line are the same. And so whatever happens to the building moving forward will meet. It's good. So that was approved. Jody, I just sent you what I shared, and if you want to verify that that is the language that is the official language that got approved, do you mind?
Yeah, I haven't opened it yet. Sorry.
That's okay. I'm putting you on the spot. Thanks, Laura.
So the language that was approved is the part at the very bottom of that document on page 3 of 4. So it's not the first version that's on the first page. It's the part that's where it says public comment 1. It's fairly similar, but it has a little bit more verbiage in it, which goes against the urge to be simple. But this is the version that was approved and will be in the 2024 IRC. I believe
So
all
now-
the ones that Natalie collected were approved. We didn't send any in that were denied at the national level.
That was my
So
goal.
Natalie, just to capture your comment a little better, are you thinking townhouse and in theory even 2 dwelling units? Are you concerned that maybe we should have the same standard between ones with real property lines and imaginary property lines? So the future subdivision, future divisions that we'll be potentially seeing under middle housing, is that what your comment was?
Well, I wouldn't say across the board. I mean, you can have a 2-family dwelling that's stacked, right? And there's never going to be a property line in between the two of those. There might be a 2-dwelling unit that is, you know, very complex. No one's going to be able to drag the property line in through it. There are just projects coming in batches of 30 at the moment that are like these clusters. We know there are going to be problems if we go with this language and then people are coming back to put a real lot line in. And I do think it should, I don't have a problem with it being protected. It I think also gets to what Wayne was bringing up about those, you know, the breezeway. I don't want to make it more restrictive, but I do think there should be restrictions.
And I also want to clarify from the division's point of view, this isn't a hill that
Right.
we're going to die on, honestly. If this is bogging the process down and it's too detailed, you know, we have lived with the current provisions for a long time. They just cause, we're always trying to fix areas where we see, and not discounting that you're not seeing them out in the jurisdictions, but you know, we get them from everywhere. And when we have stuff that just keeps coming up and coming up and coming up, then we look for ways to fix it. And this one, you know, there's just some stuff in there that's really, you know, some of the dimensions on the blocking behind stair stringers that don't even exist. And, you know, there's just odd stuff. And we thought maybe it was time to take a look, and that, you know, when this all started back in row houses and Appendix O back years and years and years ago, and then moved on, there's been a lot that's changed since then. And we weren't sure if we'd gotten there, you know, thought maybe we got there nationally. So I just want to clarify, in the interest of time, if this is going to bog things down and we need to just pull it, then it's not the end of the world.
I see that it's bogging down time a little bit. I actually support the idea of moving more towards the model code version, because the Oregon specific one was really a take all the way back to when it was a commercial code element, and then slowly trying to migrate it over to the ORSC, which we know has a different standard of care, and then doing things. Then while yes, the ORSC is supposed to be a relatively prescriptive code, do it this specific way, the townhouse section got really prescriptive and confusing in its prescription of how to do certain things, like, you know, even the porch covers adjacent to. I'm with you, Eric. I'd read it like 1,000 times, and I've built these. I still read it and go, which one is this one? So it's challenging versus the simplified table that you guys added, which is literally, okay, you're perpendicular to this, put a 1 hour rating, you're good to go. Mm-hmm. You know, so I actually do, coming from both sides of the field, I appreciate the more simplistic model approach than what has been long-standing practice. You know, for me, the only question really is, do we want to retain some of those clarities that we had in the existing language that protects the structure and make sure that those utilities and stuff are separated to the point of it's not build it as an apartment, which was not the intent of the ORSC version of these.
Mm-hmm.
I agree 100%. I like the idea of the simplified version of the model code. I do think there's some elements that we need to make sure are included.
Adelaide, yeah, you don't have to raise your hand if you're committee members
Oh,
unless you want to.
Sorry, I just wanted to make sure. It's so hard with Zoom. I feel like I'm interrupting people. So if you ever feel like I'm interrupting you, please know that this is a whole Zoom thing. This makes me feel, I want to apologize for interrupting at the beginning of meetings. I was at the code hearings when we adopted a lot of those changes as well. I like more of the provisions in the model code, as Jonathan and Carrie had stated. Again, if it's something that's slowing us down, I don't know that it's something that we need to spend a ton of time on, because one of the easiest alternates for a building official is a code change in an upcoming code cycle. So if you want to accept that as an alternate for the upcoming code cycle, I am super aware of the townhouses is very sensitive, and I think it's going to get more interesting as we go into the middle housing and affordable housing. I don't know if it's worth picking the fruit that's really important and moving on and maybe doing a committee for those changes, or even I like the idea of putting it all in a state alternate method. It gives people a code cycle to pick both. I think that is the way to go. Accept the model code, but put it all in a statewide alternate method. And then it gives people more options. I mean, I think the more options we give, more tools in our toolbox lets us even be more palatable to the public. So that's my 2 cents on it.
Yeah, I like your approach, Adeline. That to me is a good suggestion. Keep with the existing code and then flip what Eric had suggested, and basically we make the statewide alternate method what will likely be the 2026 ORSC language. So that way it's, we're showing that forecasting with using the model language with the Oregon amendments early. So that way people can still use the prescriptive language if they want to.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that having it as an alternate method would be great. It gives people options, exactly what Adelaide said. And for the sake of time, I think that that's a pretty good approach.
Okay, let me see if I get my head around this. Make sure I follow Jonathan. So it was, right now you're talking about doing the model language with the things that Jonathan pointed out included, but then a SAM with everything as it is today.
Correct.
No, I think what we're suggesting is actually the inverse of that. So basically we stick with Oregon, the 2023 language, and just stick with that as the code. And then our recommendation to the division would be to create a SAM, and I'll throw myself in under the boat as a committee member. Feel free to continue using me as a committee member if you want to, as you use the SAM, but basically make the SAM with the model code language and the Oregon amendments that we're trying to peel off. And then that's basically that SAM will be our forecast for what the 2026 ORSC language will be. So that way we can separate the timelines. It gives you guys an extra couple months to come up with a SAM that you think fits muster, and we can keep a code that people are used to. That's kind of what I think that makes sense using Adeline's suggestion.
Mm-hmm.
I support that, Jonathan.
Okay, so that would look like no changes, which is we're just staying. Okay, so that's easy. I got it. And then we'll contemplate with the division with workload and time frames and working. I mean, either way, it would have been a SAM. So we can look at doing it. So that's what I'm hearing right now is keep the townhouse provisions as they are. Everybody thumbs up?
Yeah. It's like 6 of one, half a dozen of another, really.
Yeah. And I mean, in all reality, a local jurisdiction could always use the new model code language as an alternate without a SAM. So we'll talk about that. So as we move forward, but that gets us off the bubble for now.
Yep.
So
let's do that. Then there's more time to develop that SAM.
It was a really nice way of saying that was a dumb idea, Eric, but good job.
No, it's actually a great idea.
It's a good idea.
It's great.
You're the one who pointed out.
we'll
Yeah,
get
you
there.
pointed out that we have limited time, so if we
No,
had
agreed.
a longer time, we could hash it out.
I completely agree. And thanks, Jonathan. And I can tap your brain as we move forward on the SAM if we do that. So, okay, next tabled item was a discussion on that garage door thing. And our amazing Laura to my left here went back through, which is no small task, looking at old code committees and boards on that language on the self-closing garage door. And we came up with exactly what we thought, that we just deleted it because it was a nuisance and people defeated it anyway. So the last board, code committee and board just voted to remove it. So where we'd be at now is keep the removal, and then it doesn't make any sense to do self-closing with that, or not self-closing, self-latching. So where we're at now is, right now, we have an Oregon amendment that says no self-closing, but then we have a new code language that says self-latching. So the committee has to decide what to do with that. To stick with where we're at now, it's just delete it all, self-closing and self-latching, and that would be consistent with where we are now.
I don't have any problem with not moving forward with the model code language, just strictly because, we've made that previous determination. We didn't need the self closing hinge because people were defeating them anyway, and it doesn't seem that that's been a huge issue that BCD has needed to reach out and change as a midterm amendment or anything because of a life safety thing. So I'm fine with sticking with the Oregon amendment with the concept of it doesn't adopt the model code language.
And then we would need to remove the self-latching.
From
I agree.
Correct. Yep. Thumbs up, everybody. So keep it as it is today. So removing self-latching, continuing with the Oregon amendment, removing self-closing. Okay. Looks like thumbs up.
And then Eric,
What?
with Ian again, not changing anything, so no physical change intended or in.
Yeah, sorry,
believe?
Ian. Good job. Thank you for reminding me. No, nope. That's
Thank
a
you.
stay the same, and so is the townhouse one. Yep. No money yet. Next one tabled item was the EERO, the emergency escape. The committee asked me to shop that with the fire service. I sent that to David, who I saw was logged on, and I don't know if he's had time to shop that. The big issue was the change for some existing scenarios, to change to 4 square feet for existing windows for EERO. David, are you with us?
I am. Good morning, Eric and members of the committee. David Mills, Oregon State Fire Marshal's office. Our office has done a preliminary review of this, and as far as I can tell, this is all model code. New changes, but model code. I am shopping it out to OFMA, the Oregon Fire Marshals Association, for input, but at this time, Eric, I think you're a go as far as we're concerned. I would ask, what's my drop dead date to have something official back to you by?
It'd be great if the next meeting right now is, I think we're tentative, but sounds like it's going to go on the 22nd of December. At least that's where we're tentatively at. That would be great if that's enough time, a couple weeks from now.
I believe it would be. I will do my best to motivate my colleagues to see if they see any concerns. But at this time, my review, others, we're going to move forward with model code and would probably support this. So,
excellent. Thank you, David.
David, I had one quick question from that last meeting. The model code specifically appears to be more limited to basements. We're fine. Are you fine with it being on the first floor and or basement? So that 44 up or below, like we do with the 5.0 reduction?
Well, I think model code, you are correct, really spoke to basements. And then if I remember the language in it, didn't it have just this little, I'm turning to it as we speak, so I'm stalling.
An exception, yeah.
Yes.
Add the exception under 7.
Yes. We were very comfortable with the basement arrangement, moving it to the first floor, where was that? That was under R310.7.1.
Exception 3, under 6.
Exception.
So 310.6, exception 3, an operable window
Yeah.
complying with section blah shall be acceptable.
Correct.
I think that's where we have the hesitancy, is moving it beyond the basement arrangement. And but I haven't heard back. We're in discussions right now with OFMA.
Okay, thanks, David.
In Portland, we did reach out to our fire reviewers who had concerns about the smaller size and also the removal of the requirement for the 44 inches. But if that's still going to be asked out statewide, then hopefully that will come up.
Thanks, Natalie. I want to. I reread this when I sent it out to David, and I want to throw out for the committee. You could read that 310.6 or 310.6 two different ways as I read it closer, because the first part of the sentence just talks about dwellings, additions. The second part is additions to basements, and then there's 3 exceptions. Now, typically the exceptions are going to apply to everything in the charging, but I started to wonder if the idea of the exception number 3 was because basements were included in that language above, and 3 was only intended to apply to basements. I think that there is definitely room to look at that both ways after I read it closer, and I'm not really sure on that one. But we'll still wait. It sounds like we got a soft table on that. That's a new term I just made up. So we're going to do a soft table.
Thank you, Eric. And what we'll do is I will motivate my colleagues to get some input back to us to meet your timeline.
This is where I say light a fire under them. But that would
you
be,
took that
would
away
be
from
really
me.
bad. I took it from Rex. Jody, did you have some comment?
Yeah, this is real quick. Even if we go with the smaller size, if that ends up something that happens, I recommend putting some sort of a limitation on the sill height. Right now, there's nothing. And when you look at the, I think it was in the significant changes book, they show a sill height as if that is implied in the language, but I don't know that it is, because there's nothing that sends you to the other requirements for emergency escape rescue openings that I could see. So I mean, in Portland, there's the Habitable Space Code guide that says you can put in a 12-inch permanent step, so you can have the 44 inches plus 12 inches. I don't know if the committee wants to consider something like that, but having some number in there so that it's not unlimited would be something that would be useful.
I agree.
I agree too.
Yeah. From the fire code perspective, we have always heard that one of the limiting factors has been that often these windows are placed in concrete stem walls or basement walls, and that the struggle is they want to now utilize the space that did not have a sleeping unit there and has either morphed over the years without permits and all of a sudden has one upon an inspection or sale, or at times the fire department will get licensing requests to do a fire inspection, and we'll come across these. As I understand, the biggest challenge has been trying to cut those concrete walls, the expense. Perhaps there is some structural aspect to it, depending upon the size and where it's at. But our understanding, the biggest challenge has been the expense of trying to cut in there and then doing what is referred to, I think, in the code more often as an area wells to gain now really full compliance. So we're open for suggestions. I would say from a firefighting perspective, we would love to have the 5.7 square feet. That would be ideal. But in basement firefighting operations, we do often find that we don't necessarily always make entry. We just try to suppress. Rescue out, always. Yes, we want people to get out. But you really, from a fire perspective, don't put our crew in a basement that we know there's a working fire within, because the floors above can come, as you know, can come down quickly. Not to say you don't get that on the first floor and second floor, but basements inherently, just there are few ways out. And so they pose more challenges in that respect. So, Eric, we're happy to, I like your perspective of, yeah, we need to reread this again. We were comfortable in the basement. Our discussion was, does it apply to anything other than that? And I think we'll give you our opinion here shortly.
Okay. Thanks, David. I appreciate that. And I did look at that 44-inch thing, and I think that there is it might be helpful to add something in that new language. I think it, points you back to 310.1 in that section, and I think the intent is that anything not in 310.7.1 would apply, but we may need to clarify that, and I made a note to look at it a little bit closer. So, Terry?
Yeah, I was just going to agree. When I've talked with our fire personnel, they typically won't go through a window in the basement. But on the first floor, they do. So I'm not so sure that I want to push that same requirement up to the first floor because they do get people out and they go in through a window on the first floor, but they typically don't on the basement. But I think that that's what I've heard from our fire personnel.
Okay. Well, I made a note to check on that, and I can touch base with ICC and look at the intent, see which way that's read, because it may be the intent was that exception only applies to basements. If not, we can clarify it. Okay, so table again. Ready to move on? Is it break time? Is it anybody break yet? It's been an hour and 15. No. Keep going. Everybody all right? Keep going? Okay, I'm going to keep going. So that brings us up to where we left off in 315.2.2. And the next one, two, let's see, up through, all the way up through plastic panels. We talked about, unless somebody wants to talk about any of those Oregon amendments, those are existing. We're just going to keep them as is. So the next one for discussion would be R317.1. Everybody good with skipping those Oregon amendments? I'm just going to assume unless somebody says something. Okay. So the next one, the model code change in 317.1. Mostly this is rearranged stuff. Let me look at my notes here. So they rearranged the section, and one of the primary things they did with this is just clarified columns and made sure it was kind of weirdly written where columns, some folks apparently were interpreting the columns anywhere that it was applicable to. So most of this is just clean up. The one primary thing that's a change is the exposed ground for 8 inches to exposed ground for columns. You'll see the language in 317.1. So that's a new provision that wasn't in there before. So a column that's within 8 inches of exposed ground would be pressure preservative treated, which typically is not an issue when they're on piers. They're usually going to be there. But so that's a new provision, and the rest of it's not really new. It's just a lot of clarification. One of the things that's not on the matrix, but I just want to point out in that language is the let me scroll there real quick so I get it right. Is the piece on So we're in 317.1. There's nine different conditions there. We were just talking about the column piece. That's in number 1. Wood columns closer than 8 inches to the exposed ground. 8 and 9 primarily just added decks in 8, but those were some of the provisions that were in other sections previously and were brought over. There's not a ton new there. The one thing that we did do is in 8, in the exception, I just want to point out that underlined documented. So that language is existing Oregon amendment. Obviously, we intend to carry it forward, but that is related to water hitting the wood, where the language says if water can stand, on top of or between joints, and the exception is, hey, in dry areas where that's not an issue, where you get, a few inches of rain instead of 40 inches of rain, that's the out. And we added the documented. And the reason we added the documented is because there were instances of, any amount of rain that could hit product was being considered. And so the intent of that documented is documented failure, not documented rain. Or water sitting on it. So where there's a history, a documented history, and the building department can show that, then the provisions would kick in. And so that's existing Oregon amendment, but I just wanted to point it out.
I'm good with all that.
Okay, thumbs up everywhere, it looks like. Okay, we got to go on that one.
Is there any impact from that change fiscally, Eric?
I don't think so.
No.
The only thing different was the I guess the columns, the 8-inch. I don't.
But off new construction, that was already standard practice because the isolateds have to be 8 inches thick anyway.
That would be my gut also, Jonathan, that if.
Perfect. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, Eric.
I don't think it's going to add to construction and over here either. So no.
Thank you,
no
Adele.
extra cost.
And even with that, reasonable building official would interpret the visqueen as not exposed ground, so therefore it doesn't apply.
That is, that's a great point. Thank you. That's exactly
correct.
what,
Yeah.
and it's required everywhere. So it is not exposed to the earth. So thank you, Jonathan. Next one is you got that, Laura? R320, that's just the reference for accessibility related to the residential code, which, as we touched on earlier, townhouse and live work. The model code adds some language there. We would recommend keeping the Oregon amendment that just points to the statute. I don't know that the model code language, it certainly doesn't hurt anything. And I did cross-reference the sections, and those are correct, the 508s and 1108-621. But it's not, it is model code, so it would be an amendment to remove it, but it's not necessary. It's redundant as it's covered already. But
I actually kind of like leaving it because I know for years we were reasonably taught accessibility is not something we worry about too much in single family houses, and especially as we're seeing more and more and more mixed use or different housing types within the residential code. It is kind of nice to have that, hey, don't forget about this provision when we do have live work living within the accessibility. So instead of adding an Oregon amendment, I don't see any reason with leaving it.
good, thumbs up. Yeah, it certainly doesn't hurt anything, and it would create an Oregon amendment to remove it, so it does make sense. I would agree. So, all right, looks like mostly thumbs up. Laura, you good on that one? So that was 320, nothing in 22. 323. What did we do there? Hold on. In terms of the 320, added guidance on the design of it. So 323, design guidance, added design guidance for storm shelters. It looks like that was there new language in there, Laura? It's all black. I don't see any pink. So I was trying to figure out exactly what was new because it was the sealed documentation piece that we're striking. Is that? New language. Okay, so that's if you're following along, the R323.1.1 sealed documentation was the new language, and we're recommending striking that.
Good.
That would be under engineering law anyway, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Whether it's covered or not.
Good?
Yes.
Thumbsies. Okay. Good on that one. So that gets us to 324. Do you want to take a break before we get into 324 now?
Sure.
That one's gonna be long, so yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. All right, so it's 10:54. You want to take a 10-minute? Is that enough?
Yes.
Okay, so let's go 11:05.
Thank you.
We are up to R324. R324 encompasses quite a few different changes in terms of pulling we pulled some of the, if you recall from day one or day two when we were doing energy, there was some stuff from 11 that we're looking at putting everything together in 324. So the pathways, the solar pathways language, as well as we touched on bringing over the some of the provisions from 3111. So there is a separate proposal, and I'll give you a little background before we dive into this. If you look on your on the committee page, you'll note there's a Chapter 3 solar photovoltaic provisions. Laura didn't incorporate them in Chapter 3, so we'll be working off of that particular document for these changes. So couple things. There's the move, which I'll get into in a second, and then there are and I think there's a proposal for one of the solar, let me get down there, solar pathway requirements, and then interconnection pathway, and then some new solar-ready zone language in here as well. So to start with, I'll give you a little background on the what's up there on the screen. There's our definitions. So what the division is proposing is for as of right now, all of the solar provisions are in the OSSC in section 3111. You're probably familiar with that. The genesis of them getting into 3111 was the 2010 solar code. There was separate provisions in a solar code at that time. In 2015, as a part of the 2014 OSSC, those provisions were integrated into the structural code. And at that time, they recognized that there had to be language changed, and it had to be clarified that because there are residential provisions in the solar code, and the OSSC obviously doesn't cover 1 and 2 family and townhomes. So for ease of application, and the OSSC was open, and for, I think, an easier transition, it was put them all in the same place. So when we went through the recent OSSC, the 2022 OSSC code change process, the discussion came up about 3111 and the fact that there were provisions in there that were specific to the ORSC and that fell under authority of the residential board. And that committee and that board discussed those at that time and agreed that those provisions, it's time for them to be moved over to the residential code. What happens is, even though they're in the OSSC, we still have to go to the res board and get those provisions, like the low-rise provisions. We have to get those provisions approved by the residential board. So while in this case there were some changes made to 3111, the residential board could have said, "Nah, we don't like them," and so we could have had different provisions for the residential side than the structural side. That hasn't happened, but it could happen. And so the discussion at the time on the structures board was that board agreed that those provisions should be moved. We made a bunch of changes, clarification changes, and Jeremy with our team worked on those to try to further clarify in 3111 what applied to 1 and 2 family and townhouses and what didn't, because it wasn't clear. So the division took that guidance from the structures board, and we pulled out all of the provisions that were specific to residential, and we put them in a document. And we were recommending, or the proposal is to put them in section 324 along with the solar-ready and the solar pathway provisions. So the intent is zero change in the 3111 requirements. That's not to say that the committee couldn't, but we felt like the division feels like in this transition, the best way to do it is to take them directly and put them in to 31 or to 320 R324 without a change. So that's kind of the genesis. That's how this whole thing started, and that's the intent of it. So I think we'll take these. There are two public proposals that apply not to this one. There are no public proposals that apply directly to these provisions, and I think we'll take this piece separately, and then we'll do the solar-ready zones, and then which includes a public proposal, and then the pathway, solar interconnection pathway, which also includes a public proposal. We'll take those three separately if that's okay with the committee. Take some bites. So the first one will just be this move of the provisions from 3111 over to R324, and I will kick it to the committee.
So Eric, this is Rex. So just to make sure I'm understanding, this is basically just a cut and paste with changing section numbers.
Yes, there was. It is a cut and paste, although there's some added language only because when you take it out, you miss some stuff, and so yeah. But no intention of technical. So, and just so the committee can start with discussion, or I know that there are folks in the queue that would like to testify on this. So it'll be up to the committee on how you want to do it. If the committee wants to have a discussion about their thoughts first, or if you want to hear anybody that wants to testify. I know there's written testimony, and that is on the committee page. If you look at the committee page under, and I apologize, I should have covered this first, but under the proposals on the public code comment or amendment proposals, there's written testimony from OSSIA down there under Jackson. Now that one isn't specific to the plumbing vent one. That one is what? Yeah, that one's specific to the move. So there is written testimony there, and I believe that I'm not sure if Katie or somebody else is here to share that testimony also. But does the committee want to hear from testimony first? Nods, yes, no?
Yeah, so
Sure.
Conceptually, I'm fine with just moving it and cleaning up the references and that kind of thing. So I guess I'd like to know what the comment
I wouldn't mind just separating them, like Rex is saying, because I support the move. Like even one of my plans examiners not structurally certified. He's like jokingly having fun with the being in the OSSC way too much, doing solar stuff out of the ORSC. So I'm fine with if we, as a committee, want to just say, yes, we support this move. So that's more just for user base, and then look at their provisions to see how it impacts that later. So at least we have that part solidified.
I agree with that.
I agree with Jonathan as well.
Okay, so I know there are advocates in the queue here that want to speak on this particular one, I believe, the move, the 324 specifically. And again, we'll take them as a bite. So anybody here want to, somebody raise your hand or?
Yeah, Jack will be speaking on behalf of OSSIA, if we can go ahead and do that testimony. And I think Trevor will follow up.
Yeah, Okay, thanks, Katie. That's what I thought somebody would be. So go ahead, Jack.
One second. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jack Watson. I'm the Director of Policy and Regulatory Affairs for the Oregon Solar and Storage Industries Association. OSSIA is a trade association founded in 1981 to promote clean, renewable solar technologies. OSSIA members include businesses, nonprofit groups, and other solar industry stakeholders. We provide a unified and respected voice of the solar industry and focus exclusively on solar value chain, from workforce development to permitting, advocacy, policy, and regulation for residential, commercial, community, and utility scale solar projects on the local, state, and regional level. Some history here. Many stakeholders, including OSSIA members, helped to create the Oregon Solar Installation Specialty Code that was put into effect in 2010. At the time, the code was standalone code and a shining example of collaboration on and the institution of policy to push Oregon towards a clean energy future. 13 years later, though the OSISC has been moved into the OSSC, it has remained almost completely intact. The industry would like to take the opportunity to acknowledge BCD for its continued efforts to administer and streamline the process surrounding all codes, including those that have the authority over solar installations. We understand it is complex and dynamic and appreciate the support of the group over the years. Moving forward, the Federal Inflation Reduction Act, Oregon's House Bill 2021 clean energy legislation, and local cities and municipalities' climate goals, we are opposed to see a significant increase in solar installations across the state. We would like to see Oregon in the best possible position to handle it and again be a leader and example for the rest of the nation. Currently, this recommendation put forth to this ORSC committee and board to duplicate the OSSC into the ORSC. OSSIA would like to formally ask for no changes relating to moving the OSSC 3111 language into the ORSC at this time. We do have concerns about the duplication of the code and the unintended consequences of a change such as this. However, we understand the concerns of the state and agree that there are improvements that could be made. In order to have the proposal fully informed and supported by the solar industry, we would like to recommend that a special task group be brought together to collaborate on a new and updated code. The goals of this special task group would be to streamline permitting for municipalities, address changes in solar technology, review engineering requirements, and plan for ORSC versus OSSC code placement that would better support BCD and all authorities administratively. OSSIA feels like a process like this would be less disruptive to solar installations at a time when installations are increasing exponentially. An example of the process we are proposing came out of Washington State in 2014. Stakeholders came together to create and approve an emergency rulemaking order to allow for streamlined permitting and installation of standard solar photovoltaic systems on residential rooftops. Using both current national studies and historical data, the group was able to create a safe and efficient system to support both authorities and the industry. In conclusion, we encourage the ORSC Code Advisory Committee and the Oregon BCD to take the opening of the solar code conversation, as well as Washington's example, as an opportunity to update and improve the code. Taking the topic to a specialized and focused group will give ample time and opportunity to usher in a collaborative answer to Oregon's next generation of solar. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. And I do want to reiterate, I believe that was the written testimony also that was submitted, and that's what I pointed to. Sorry, that's on the committee page. Yeah, of that in writing. So, and was there somebody else? Did Trevor, were you up next?
Yes, I am. Would the committee prefer I read my submitted written testimony, or would the committee prefer that I discuss more freely? Sorry, this is my first time.
No, not at all. Was the written testimony, is that what's on, is that the same written testimony, or was there separate? Well, it's not.
I have separate written testimony from OSSIA.
Okay.
Thank you, Eric. We read all the information on there, so that was provided. So if it was new information opposed to the written, that would be greatly appreciated.
Okay. I believe that my written testimony has essentially covered all the major points I want to make. However, I would like to simply take the opportunity to affirm OSSIA's position. We at Solgen believe it's very well considered. There was some confusion amongst the industry and our stakeholder groups about the process and the ability that we would have to submit proposed revisions to the code. And as such, I believe that formation of a special task group, as OSSIA has provided for, as OSSIA has proposed, would be both prudent and would be a logical step to allow us to discuss perhaps at a little bit greater length some of these changes and some of the things that were adopted into OSSC that perhaps we'd like to discuss a little bit further in the ORSC. And you know, as OSSIA provided for, they definitely have precedent. You know, kind of what we're looking at is these code provisions that have been adopted by Washington since 2014 without apparent issues or you know, structural issues for these solar installations. So again, want to thank Building Codes Division and this committee in particular for your continued hard work. We understand that balancing the competing interests of so many different stakeholders is not always easy, but we do appreciate all the hard work that's being performed here, and we just want to be able to get this right for our own clients and for everyone throughout the state of Oregon who's looking to go solar and contribute to clean energy goals. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Trevor. And unless there's somebody else specifically that wanted to testify, I guess I'll just kick it back for a committee deliberation.
I still support moving the definitions into it. We're here to discuss the code changes. I think if BCD would like to form a committee to follow up with solar, I think that's great, but I don't know that us as a committee is going to table everything to create a separate ad hoc group. At this point, with what we are tasked with, we appreciate all the feedback. Let me tell you, I issue a ton of solar permits, so I understand that. I just don't know that that's the purpose of our code review is to sidebar it for a committee to kick it down the road. So I'm supportive of moving these definitions in because would be good for us at this current time.
Just want to clarify two things. One is it's not just the definitions. It's not just that. It's all the provisions from 3111 that apply to solar. And then the second thing is I did discuss this with management here, and BCD would not be seating a committee or work party or would not be spearheading that. That's not to say it couldn't happen, but with our bandwidth and we're already short and we're already behind, that it's not something that the division would be doing. So just want to clarify those two things.
Yeah, this is Rex. I don't think we've had like a written defined scope of what this committee can or can't do, but I do think this is sort of beyond what my expectation was to recommend a task force, or that's be something maybe you would talk to the larger board, the residential board, and if they wanted to advise BCD, that might be a better path. I think we're evaluating public proposals and existing code amendments and the new code, national code for relevance in Oregon. But I think this is kind of beyond the scope of what I think we would be authorized to do.
I also agree with Rex, and thank you for mentioning that. I'm in full support of moving the provisions from Chapter 31 into the residential. It makes it a lot easier, as like Jonathan said, with a residential plans examiner, right? We get a ton of these all the time. It just makes sense for the consistency. So I appreciate this move. And I was on that committee for the OSSC, and there was a lot of work done on that. So I'm for it.
Yeah, I support the idea. And I'm with Rex on the concept of, the BCD can decide if they want to set up a task force. I know for the mass majority of the provisions, yes, they're, 13 years old now at this point in time when we came up with the solar installation specialty code, and being on that committee that did that, it was pretty contentious, or being part of that committee. I don't think I was on that committee, but being part of that process, it was pretty contentious, especially in the context of doing the what we needed for commercial and what we needed for residential. So actually splitting up the two actually sets that next discussion up in a better situation, because then we can focus on what is needed for 1 and 2 family dwellings versus what we need for a commercial, instead of trying to blend one provision that worked for everything. So if that ever goes forward, that would be awesome. But I think moving over the language right now would help a lot of people knowing what they actually need to do.
Yeah, I think we're all on the same page about supporting the movement of the language. I support the task force, but I don't understand how that meshes with our work. And Eric, maybe you can explain, or does that hold us up? The request for the task force, what does that look like?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
In my understanding, and Trevor or Jack or Katie can clarify if I get this wrong, but my understanding is the recommendation was to hold up on the move, don't make the move, and instead, do a task force to look into it a little bit further. And to clarify, Rex's point that this committee is not in a position to assign, absolutely not. They could certainly make a recommendation to the board about going that direction, but they couldn't say, ye shall do that. And so if this committee did say, if they made a decision and moved forward, that's still not to say that the board could not make a different decision, and that decision could not be asked of the board to do some sort of a work group or task force. But if that's, Katie, did I see your hand up? Did I capture that correctly?
Yeah, I think this is Katie Martin with OSSIA and Elemental Energy. Our ask of this group is to just decline to move it at this time. And then our ask to the BCD or the Res Board is to set up that group. So for this specific action today, and to kind of start the process, we would like to hold on this proposal of moving OSSC language into ORSC.
This is Rex. I'm not in favor of that. I don't see any harm. Even if a task force was formed, we could still move this now. I don't see the benefit of holding off on it. So I wouldn't be supportive of that.
I wouldn't either. I feel like we need kind of a baseline, and this puts it in there in the residential code.
I agree with both Rex and Elizabeth. I would like to see this move forward at this time. A lot of things get held up when they move to committees and ad hoc groups, and from being the people doing the reviews and the inspections, this would be super helpful to us now whilst other things are being worked on.
Agree.
So Jonathan, Elizabeth, Rex, did you chime in, Natalie? Yep.
I have one.
Counting.
Go ahead, I have one thing to mention to the committee. Just want to point out, it is not an exact copy paste from the OSSC because of the integration with Res Code provisions, section numbering, and also it's an integration of model code format. The IRC has a format for rooftop solar, so it's an integration of model code IRC trying to capture to the best extent possible the exact same provisions that are current. But just be aware, it needs to, I mean, there are differences. So you need to, hopefully everybody had a chance to review them.
But those differences, Jeremy, correct me if I'm wrong, those were not intended to be technical in nature.
Correct.
Yeah, that was not the intent. So I was just getting kind of a head count. It looked like Adelaide and Jonathan, Elizabeth, was that got nods? Rex, anybody else? Jamin, yes. Carrie. So it looks like we have enough to go forward, or at least recommend the move. And just to those that were testifying, just to understand the process, how it goes from here, there's technically, I guess, 3 more bites of the apple from here. These recommendations will go to the board, and then there will be a public hearing after the board makes their decision. And then it takes 2 to tango, as we tell folks all the time, that the administrator has to agree with the board. So there's multiple chances. So this doesn't necessarily put it to bed. This is a committee recommendation, if that makes sense.
And Eric, I don't know if you want to just mention what the path would look like moving forward with the OSSC Chapter 31, if this moves forward.
The path. Okay, clarify, Jeremy, for me.
What would happen? Would the provisions be duplicative for forever? Would there be an interim amendment? When would the next code change occur? How that would?
Got it. And just for clarification, I'm saying if this happened, the provisions are still going to be in 3111 at the same time they would be in 324 if this goes forward. I think that's right, Jeremy. So we haven't discussed it. I mean, it certainly doesn't hurt anything as long as they're the same. For now, it doesn't cause a problem, but probably errata. Usually, somewhere in the mid-cycle of a code change, we'll do errata. Richard may be able to. Our chief building official, Richard's. I see him pop up. You have something to share, Richard?
Yeah, the division has long held that code change is up to the boards, but where things get printed is really an administrative decision on our part. If there is so I don't see this as a code change. If the recommendation of the committee is that this get printed someplace else, that would be the discussion. But it's not a code change. Hands up, let's vote. It's we decide where things get printed. The low-rise code has been a shining example of that, where things get printed in different places. And a lot of that has to do with lining up with certifications, lining up with licensing laws. So there's a variety of reasons why that would happen, but a matter, this getting printed someplace else, that in itself, unless you're changing technical requirements, is not code change. It would just be a recommendation to the division to have this printed someplace else. So hopefully that makes sense.
Thank you, Richard. So looks like we landed on make the move. That's what I got. Okay. So there's 2 more parts to 324. And let's see how we want to do this. Solar-ready. So where's the PP on that one? Give me a second. PP public proposal 20. That's Jack, right? That's the plumbing vent one, and that ties into the new provisions for solar-ready on the roof, not solar interconnection pathways. That's the 3rd piece. And there's also a proposal. So when you're looking at, I apologize, I'm trying to break this down for the committee the best I can. So we would be now starting at, if you're looking at your chapter 3 or the separate solar document for chapter 3, we would be down to section, which section is that? R327.7, correct? So the last proposal would have gotten us through 324.6.9, and you can see there in that document they have the little. Laura has been so nice to put the OSSC section where it came from there, so that's the last OSSC section. So we get to R324.7 through, looks like R324.752. That'll be the next chunk, and that's the kind of companion part of the executive order, and that's the companion to what was done in the structural code for solar-ready zones. This is the space on the roof kind of set aside for solar, and so this is all new language. And then there is looks like Jack Watson with OSSIA has a proposal. There's an exception in 324.7.5.1. There's an exception for plumbing vents, and that would be to remove that plumbing vent exception in those solar-ready zones. And Laura's reminding me, stand by, there are 3 definitions tied to that section also. In those on the first page, some of those definitions like adjacent roof plane, solar roof plane go with the 3111 move, some of those, but then there are others that go with the, they just come with it. So I will turn that over to the committee. Does the committee want to, I don't know if you want to digest the provisions. I believe, I don't know, is Mark Heiser, is he still on here with us? He's there.
Yes, I am.
Is there anything you want to add on this, Mark?
Primary piece that's coming out of this is a sort of a twofold part. Is when the residential reach code was developed, a lot of work went into that and sort of coming up with a little bit more about solar-ready zones, handling pieces that were once upon a time, looking at how to integrate the national model code version for solar-ready work and putting that into the residential reach code. And during that period, there was a bit of correction to sort of get in code language how you can have an exception from doing solar-ready. So when you how to help the building official determine whether or not the roof is, permanently within shade, or there are enough trees around that it wouldn't be effective to have a solar ready zone on the building. Trying to find how to have an enforceable method for the building official to review and have an exception from being in the solar ready zone. So that was all worked out during the residential reach code, and that language is what's brought in, is sort of to have identifying the solar ready zone in the same fashion as the model code, but also having a workable exception that modified the solar or the exception language from the model code to make it work for us.
Thanks, Mark. Go ahead, Adley.
So I'm hoping that in the testimony it can be explained to me, because I had some builders concerned. We've been putting on just a ton of rooftop solars, and if somebody in the next testimony could explain the plumbing vent with the solar panels going over them. Right now I can't inspect solar. We have too much snow on our roofs. They cover all the panels. The snow is actually deeper than our panels now, and they're covered completely. I'm not sure how this works in higher snow regions, because we're getting a ton of solar installs, but we also have a ton of snow over here. So I'm hoping, just for a better education, if when that stuff comes up, if they could explain that a little bit better for us over here in the higher snow region of Oregon.
So I guess for me as a committee member, I would like to go through R327 in its entirety and set a basis, kind of like what we did with the energy provisions and even the other solar moves. So that way we kind of have the basis for what the amendments are going to do, if that's okay.
That is entirely up to the committee. You can do it however you would like. Slice it up, or
This is Rex. Frankly, I'm sorry. I'm kind of a little bit off guard, and I haven't done my homework very well on this. So yeah, I'm going to need to go through the thing, I guess. So can you just kind of back up, and what's being added to the code now that isn't currently in there? Big picture stuff.
So the solar ready provisions, the R324.7 through R324.7.5.2, 77. No, I thought the interconnection pathways were already in there. I thought that's not new. Right, so this is, the pathways were there.
Are these requirements that are driven by the executive order that need to be put in here? Or are we just moving them from the reach code to here because we want to? What's driving this change?
Mark, do you want to address that, Heiser? Can you?
I'll try and address this a little bit more. So there was solar-ready provision. There were solar-ready provisions that were put in the last ORSC. Under those, because there wasn't an enforceable method to show how to not put in solar-ready, pretty much every home has to put in the panel space and do the run. That information is being brought over, but as part of this, what is added for this next code cycle is just identifying where the solar-ready zone would be, just showing on the plans. Then, in addition to that, there is an exception that allows people that if they are on a shaded site, say they're, in a valley, surrounded by, 100-foot Doug firs, whatever, that they can, on those sites, you have an ability to not put in the pathway and pieces for solar ready that's aligning with model code, but just modified language. So this was worked out to get that exception language put into code. That was part of the residential reach code solar ready modification. So the addition is identifying on the plans. The deduction is allowing an exception for sites that do not have a solar resource that wasn't in the previous ORSC cycle.
So this could potentially be a cost savings if you follow.
Absolutely.
Correct. Yes.
I really appreciate this. I mean, having half of Mount Hood and people building in these very, like you said, homes that are totally shaded. This is a nice tool.
It's also adding a requirement, though, that wasn't there to identify that solar-ready zone on the roof, correct?
That is correct. So after the initial solar-ready went into the previous ORSC, during the reach code process, there was looking at what was in the model code. The original solar-ready path was just to put in conduit and raceway. The current method is, and so then during more extensive discussion with people from the solar industry and coming up with how we could make the model code language integrate a little better. Yes, there was bringing in what was from model code to sort of show for future where people could put solar if they were doing it in the future, so that they would know about the structure, pathways, where they could find it. So it's really just identifying on the plans where the solar panels could be located. That's the addition.
And I think that's only on the drawings, right? Like that's not like some, and it looks like there's a label on the electrical service, but there's nothing on the building that would cost money. Is that
correct?
Accurate? Okay.
Correct. Just identifying on the building plans.
So Rex, again, I guess I'd like to hear from the plans examiner side. Is this an extra burden for you, or is it opposite? Is it helpful?
Yeah, I can answer that one. Yeah, it actually is. And I know when we did the 21 code, we brought up a lot of concerns around this from the jurisdictional standpoint, really for those types of areas. We, frankly, honestly, struggle with getting the required structural information we need for houses to, get a lot of, home builders and stuff like that to actually be able to give us these shaded areas that are actually precise for given what's under the draft shading requirements under 324.7.5.2. So that's why on the 2021 code, when we started talking about adding the solar-ready zone areas, the committee was backing off of including elements that were off the building, since we don't regulate the building. I have nothing to do with trees. So it's hard for us to mandate. You have to tell me that you have trees adjacent to. Yes, you should be able to document that as you don't have a shade, a solar area zone because you're in the forest or whatever, but to basically say, your shading area has to be, or your setback area has to be away from trees that honestly we don't know because we don't get a landscaping plan. So it is a challenging one from a jurisdictional standpoint for those elements to try to implement in the context of getting the right information and getting it through plan review. So it definitely would add some burden and probably slow down approval processes because we might be having to send out plan review letters on something that has little impact. I will say anecdotally, talking to my A-level electrical inspector, since the solar-ready provisions went in, almost every single solar installation that we've had has never used the pre-ran chase or wire. They've all ran their own conduit or their own wire supply. And so while all of these provisions have great intentions, it doesn't seem like most of the installers are wanting to rely on other people's work to put in this area. So that would be one of my concerns with the shade zone. While it has good intention and I like the approach, in 10 years when you decide to go add your solar system on there, the technology hopefully will be even more efficient, slightly better, all the great things that come with technology advancements. The installer is probably going to come out and do a site orientation to say, hey, here's where I want to put your solar. So is it needed at time of construction? I don't know. There's challenges to doing it, all of it with great intent, but you know, we're currently being asked to, you know, complete plan reviews quicker, to not hold up housing, and then we're adding a requirement that may or may not impact something. So I have some challenges in really moving forward with adding the solar ready zone aspect of it, just strictly because I think it will have negative connotation, especially to building departments, because we're now quote unquote holding up people's permit over solar they may or may not want, which has a separate plan review later in life anyway.
I agree with you, Jonathan. My electrical said the same thing, and we've been doing a ton of electrical. They don't use that raceway that was put in at construction. Not a single electrician here has used that raceway that was put in. And so that's the feedback I have gotten as well. And I agree. I struggle to get structural requirements on plans. If I had to plan review this and wait, I could sit for months because I spend my time talking about wall bracing and egress windows and structural. And to have this put on the plans is going to be challenging for us if it gets done in smaller jurisdictions.
Well, I agree, Jonathan and Adelaide, with you. And, you know, from a bigger jurisdiction, we are really struggling to get these reviews through. I think the intent is fantastic, but it is putting more burden on the review. And Adelaide, I was also going to mention what you were saying about the raceway. We've been hearing, you know, in the installation later that, yeah, the capped ends for future use for solar are being placed wherever it's easy, like right up from the electrical panel, potentially over the garage, where it's nowhere near where the panels are going to be provided. And so that's still more work later, and that's not something we could police, unfortunately. I mean, we could be in the requirements, it'd be nice, but I don't know where that's going to come up with plan review either when we're talking about electrical. We could change the language.
So that pathway is driven by the executive order. That was specifically required through executive order, wasn't it?
Correct.
Yeah, I appreciate Jonathan bringing that up and everyone else on the, in reality, this is what an electrician is going to do. They're going to run their own raceway. We came upon this when the radon provisions were first introduced, and I would have companies that did that, you know, that was their specialty. They're like, we don't use that, you know, ever. We run our own. So yeah, it's to Jonathan's point, they're going to have to pull a permit for the installation of the PV systems anyhow, and they're going to do that azimuth angle to see where the best location is at that time.
But as Bennett mentioned, the interconnection pathway was a mandate, correct? We're not able to get rid of that. What we're looking at is, can we add this, or do we want to add this requirement for the already zone on the roof?
Exactly. Yeah, we can't remove the solar interconnection pathway element. It's, do we want to continue adding to a section while good intentioned is not being used, which I won't necessarily say adds to the construction cost, because it doesn't on the physical construction for the solar pathway, but it does add to either plan review time or potentially actually could increase your cost in obtaining the plan, especially reading the exceptions. You know, almost every single one of the exceptions to get out of stuff says you have to go hire a registered design professional, when previously we just talked for structural stuff I can't require a registered design professional. So it's I don't care about your life safety, but I care about your solar. So it seems kind of counterintuitive in that one. I need a registered design professional to say, you know, you have tall trees around you.
Right.
Hey, Mark, can you just clarify for the committee on a couple of those questions, like which parts of these came from the EO, and I think the other solar-ready stuff's like in the REACH, correct, right now?
So what is currently in the code for solar-ready was what was done to meet the requirements, yes, of the executive order. What was added in this was, after the initial work in the last iteration, the ORSC, there was work with the solar industry that for what went into the REACH code to try and get some of the potential exceptions that were in the model code and have them in language that works locally. And so then what was done by the division was trying to just bring forward that language that had been worked out through many months of discussions, to try and come up with a way that it's a requirement to show where it is, but there's not a requirement for the building department to go, yes, that they're not going out there and looking to see what the shading is on the site. The review by the department is just seeing that there is something shown on the plans, not going out and verifying that it is in a, you know, clear solar space. Just showing the zone, showing the pathway and where it terminates, whether it's near where you would intend to have it. You know, trees can grow between the time the home is built and when they put the solar on, but that was the intent of this. So,
So Mark, I have a question.
Yes.
If the intent is more towards the basically backing you out of having to do the solar interconnection pathway, 100% to support that. Is there a way to spin that solar-ready zone concept in the shading and everything into more of, if you're choosing to use the exception, and I would suggest removing the registered design professional for my previous rant, but is there a way to add that to, if you're wanting to use the exception, you have to provide us this layout, instead of having to ask every plan that comes across my desk to have those things drawn on there. Instead, flip it so it's, if you want out, give us this information.
That's sort of how it is. My reading of how it's currently done is, if you want out, it's done by a professional report. There's no professional report required to show that the solar zone is clear. It's only within the exceptions to get out of it.
The professional report, but I still have to show you my solar-ready zone on the plans.
Yes, but it's not required to have a professional say that they went to the site and looked and made sure, you know, that they're just identifying the zone. No professional is required to do that.
We only have 2 design professionals in our county. So anytime we add the requirement for design professionals, it's extremely difficult over here.
Again, yes, it's not required for the development of the solar-ready plan. What's on the construction document does not require that. So that professional.
This is Rex again. Jamin, are you tracking this from the builder's side? And also, I think you have your own design resources in-house.
Yeah, we have all in-house. We have 3 engineers and about a dozen draftsmen. It's going to add some time to design. I have concerns about, the timeline. We may design a home and put solar on there, and 10 years later, all the trees are taller and that spot may not work anymore. I know that people on the plans examining side have expressed concerns about the time added for them. It seems like a lot of extra work for something that might happen someday and may not even work at a later date, with changes to your surrounding environment around the home with tree growth or whatever. It just seems like a lot of extra work for a lot of people and not really accomplishing anything.
Well, and also you could take the trees down, right? And you could add an addition, you could add a second story, you could change your roof line. So I'm not sure of the value.
Most of our builders don't have in-house engineers and design teams like Jamin does, which their plans usually, but that's just one builder. And I value your opinion and thank you. I think we're on the same side here because it's difficult for all of us. But I think you're actually the only builder that builds in our county that has their own in-house design team, aside from when Adair comes in and builds here. Other than that, we don't have any large developers that have design teams in our area.
So this is Rex again. Eric, I'm hearing a pretty strong consensus of not putting the solar-ready zone on the plans as a requirement. I think it stays in the REACH code.
Yeah, and I agree with Rex. I was going to suggest maybe we go through, because I appreciate the division's suggestion of moving it to 324. It makes it a better section, kind of keep all the solar together. Maybe we go through the sections we're okay with doing, because I still appreciate the exception. I, again, would take off the registered design professional, because it could be an arborist, it could be it could be a landscape company. I don't necessarily think it needs to be a registered design professional. I like the idea of the exception in there. So I wouldn't mind going through quickly just each provision, and then we remove the section the couple sections we don't want to add, so we can move forward. The other question I had under the charging statement for 324.7.2, knowing that we made some alterations to the code anticipating attached two dwelling units, should we somehow capture that in there too? So if the intent is all new single family housing is supposed to have it, we don't have sadly a small loophole in those rare 0 lot line 2 units instead of 3 units.
Laura's going to bring it up on the screen. So, Jonathan, are you, I'm not sure I'm clear on what you're suggesting. You're suggesting going through the provisions, and so you would keep a solar-ready requirement, but just tweaking the provisions?
Well, unless you guys can tell us we don't have to follow the previous executive order of having the interconnected pathway part. We have to have something, right? So I like the idea of where it's at in 324.7. So we still have solar ready construction. It's just what sections do we think still needs to be in there, since this is a suggestion, not a mandate like we had in the past.
Right. Okay. So just so, and Mark can jump in here. I just want to clarify, make sure. So the 324.7 excuse me, 7.6, the solar interconnection pathway and termination in electrical service reserve space. That's existing language. That's EO. That stuff has to stay. I know there's a proposal for that, and we were setting that aside as the next subject matter. So right now we're just discussing 324.7 up to 324.7.5.2. There's also a proposal on it, but we're not going to get to the proposal yet, because if the committee doesn't go with these provisions, then the proposal obviously doesn't matter. So I just want to clarify which portion you were talking about.
I think, depending on where the rest of the committee goes, for me, 324.7.2 needs to be there, the charging statement, and potentially just 7.6 and 7.7.
Okay, that's what I thought you were talking about. So basically, that would be getting rid of all the new provision. Did Laura get it right? That's why I was sorry. I was trying to clarify. That's where I thought you were going.
I'm fine with some of the exceptions in the context of they don't have to provide the solar-ready part of the existing solar-ready, because it makes no sense to run a chase and a conduit if you can never have solar there. So and I think even the executive order would have originally supported that intent.
Okay, so you're suggesting applying these, and I'm just trying to capture this so not put words in your mouth. Apply the exceptions for the solar-ready zones that are shown to the current solar interconnection pathway requirements.
Correct.
Yeah.
Is that, Mark, is that something that would get in the way of the EO, or?
No, because it's not there isn't a substantive change in the verbiage. Yes, just removing the identification is what was there worked, adding an exception for people who don't have solar resource, but at the discretion of the committee. Yeah.
And with a substantive change of not registered design professional. I think that's whatever the BO is willing to take, in that context. If we want to put some parameters on it, I support that of, landscape, designer or whatever, but I don't think it has to be an architect or a landscape architect or an engineer.
Thank you, Jonathan. I do like the exceptions, and that's what my first comment when we started discussing, we would like that to be available. And like you said, it could be a planner to do that. It doesn't have to be a registered design professional. That puts a burden, I think, on a lot of customers and jurisdictions.
Okay, so
Laura, having the registered design professional piece there contradicts what Jeremy was talking about in the beginning under definitions of the statutory requirements for requiring a design professional.
So Laura's got it up on the screen there to kind of try to adapt as we go along. Jonathan, you want to walk her through, or somebody, one of the committee members, walk through which?
All right, sorry. I'm trying to unmute and couldn't find my mouse. I think one works without any needed change because we're just saying it's not applicable to that, right? And then a building where there's less than 600 square foot of roof oriented, so that would work for like small houses, okay? And then a building with a total documented and submitted, and just submitted and approved by the building official. And then that leaves it open to us. And then since we don't have a solar zone, I would kind of, I think 3 and 4 could somewhat go together, but the bottom half of 4 helps determine what doesn't give it its solar resource factor, right, Mark? If I'm reading that right. So if you have blockages, then you don't have your solar resources. I think 4 works like that way. A building where a solar system is infeasible because of structural configuration.
It seems like it needs some sort of square footage like number 2 has. In number 4, if you're going to take out solar-ready zone and that used to have the square footages in that piece, then it seems like you need the square footages in number 4 as well, maybe?
Well, we could use the 600 square feet out of 2, or use the 300 that we're going to not approve, potentially, or I'm suggesting not to approve. If we're choosing to leave 600 square feet, I guess that seems realistic. Where
It just seems like number 2 exempts it because it doesn't have that roof area orientation in the right spot anywhere. And then number 4 adds to that exemption and says, maybe you have that amount of roof, but because you have all this other stuff, it really isn't as big as it looks. I think that's how they would work together.
Okay, so I guess you could change how Laura had it. So where more than 600 square foot of roof area oriented 90 and 270 degrees true north exists and is infeasible because of this, and this.
Well, I think they're still separate though, because you could have an exception if you don't have the 600 square feet, right? Regardless of if there's something blocking it from number 4.
Right, and that's what I was saying. If we use that 600 and say if you have 600 square feet, but you have obstructions that reduce it below 600 square feet, then you're exempt again. Right? Because we decided using their language, 600 was the magic number. If you didn't have 600, it's not worth it.
I think the language works how they're written without, I don't think you would have to. I think number 4, you would assume that obviously you have the space, but you have some, blockage. I don't know. They seem to make
I think
sense to me.
It does. I appreciate the adding some type of numerical value because technically I can put a approximately 2 foot by 4 foot panel and that's a solar system, so therefore it's feasible.
I see. I see where that space isn't identified somewhere else. Okay, I get that.
As you're deliberating, as you're getting the language right, I want to clarify the exceptions. Are you intending for the exceptions only to apply to the interconnection pathway, or also so the reserve space in the panel? Because as they are now, they're above that reserve space.
I don't have as big of an issue with the reserve space in the panel because all that literally is basically enough room in the actual panel for an additional breaker set. So I would defer to Jamin if that's a huge issue with especially comply constraints right now. But it seems reasonable to say, hey, leave us a double pole breaker spot.
On most homes, we usually have a little bit of extra breaker space, but you could always, if you had to, add a sub panel or stuff, but then you start adding cost. A sub panel could always be added later if it's needed. Again, kind of going back to the argument where you're doing a bunch of extra work on a what if or someday scenario. A sub panel could always be added later as opposed to trying to upsize a panel or do it now.
And I think it'd be appropriate to have those exceptions at the front for anything that follows, that if you have one of these things that solar's unlikely to ever be installed, then, anything after that.
Yeah, this is Rex. I agree with that. I think it adds more flexibility.
And then as there might be, as code cycles come, we may add more to it, and that the exceptions would kind of cover everything of those solar requirements.
Yeah, that works for me. I didn't necessarily intend to move the exception, so that works for me.
Okay, now
I think the division can gets the concept where we want to go, so you can kind of.
As long as you get the language correct. So I'm seeing the committee's recommended deleting the language below. So then the proposal PP20 becomes moot because the language no longer exists. And then the solar interconnection pathway, there was no recommended changes to that other than there is a proposal on that one when we get there. That's PP-19, and I do not know if the proponent is here. Look like from LaGrande, or what you want to do at some point. Folks probably got to eat, so it is 10 after 12.
Are we close to being able to wrap up the solar thing? Maybe just drive through it here and get it behind us.
I think we're probably pretty close on this piece, on the solar, what to do. And then I don't know about the proposal in terms of, it looked like there was some changes recommended to the solar interconnection pathway language from the proponent, Sumner Hill of City of LaGrande. So it'll be up to the committee.
I'm fine with looking at the proposal because I can tell you, looking at it, I wouldn't be necessarily in favor of it for the same arguments that we just had, which is the current raceways aren't being used anyway. So the proposal just adds that it's supposed to be able to be connected without having to remove finished walls. So if they're not being used, adding to that's not necessarily going to help.
Agreed. And I think that, I know we can't, this is directly from the governor's office having this pathway, so we don't really have a choice except, it seems like we owe it to somebody to let them know that, hey, you've added a cost and nobody's using it. Maybe Richard will make that call to the new governor.
Richard, you awake?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Could the language be tweaked a little bit to where it was like pointing that the pathways need to terminate where they're supposed to be used? Well, I mean, one of my plans examiner was talking about if the attic space, there was a requirement that the attic space was so a certain size so you could actually get to it to work in, or was, facing, south, southwest, where the panels will most likely be. Would we want to do something like that? That's like, okay, you're doing this for solar, your solar is going to be here and you have to get to it.
Well, so being part of the committee that put this in, sadly, I think we were more specific at one point in the language, and then we backed all the way off to what's here because the reality, again, it comes down to the solar installer and what you're paying for of where that system's going to be. And if you only put a 2 kW system on, it may be over on this side of the building, or if you put a 5 kW system, it may be on this side of the building. It was hard to project from a construction standpoint where the installer is going to want their stuff. So it was more just get in the attic, they'll do the finished terminations. And I think that was the end result. Now, the flip side of it, and I think where the intent of this provision is, I could somewhat get to it needs to terminate within the panel. And I think that's the true intent of what that exception actually is. So that way the raceway is actually complete into the panel instead of a 4-inch box outside the panel, which means I still have to adjust. You know what I mean?
Yeah, this is a little, not really off topic, but it could be a kind of a craft workmanship thing too. As an electrician, they may not want to use somebody else's work. They can't really verify what that conduit was if it's in the wall. And I remember back in my building official days when there was a project and electrical, contractor walk off and they tried to find another one to take over. It was always difficult because they're now continuing with somebody else's work and they're not really, don't want to be held accountable for a flaw that may have been in somebody else's work.
Yeah, and
Yes.
I've had electrical contractors say that exactly to me, including one that previously was on our electrical board, specifically saying, I can't take ownership of someone else's work that I didn't install and I can't see.
Right.
My insurance would cancel me instantly.
So should we hear from the proponents so we can have a discussion on the proposal and make a decision on it?
I guess if they're here.
Oh, are they not here?
I don't know that they are.
Okay.
This is Rick. I'll be voting no against the proposal.
So it looks like, let's recap at this point. So the interconnection pathway language as it is right now is recommended to stay as it was. With the exceptions you've added, got rid of the solar-ready roof provisions, and then contemplating this proposal. It sounds like if you want to wrap that up into a package, we can certainly do that. It's all part of 324, but I just wanted to break them down because there were separate proposals on proposal 90, PP20. I don't know whether, I'm contemplating whether we need to look at that or not. The only thing I was thinking, it's not applicable because you don't have to worry about plumbing vents in solar-ready zones because there aren't going to be any with this committee recommendation. But if the board were to, I guess the board could change their position also. I mean,
yeah,
however you want to do it.
I guess, in reality, let's be fair. They took proposal time. Let's not necessarily take it for, merit of, hey, we passed it if we didn't do what we did, but let's go ahead and dispose of it so that way it's not open. So just to Eric's point, I don't think it's needed any further because of the board, the committee's recommendations previously. So I wouldn't vote for it because we're not needing it.
I agree.
Is Rick, I agree as well. It also adds extra plan review time.
Okay, so PP20, that's what we're talking about. Just to be clear, that's the plumbing vent piece. So, and just so you know, I talked to our plumbing chief about this, and they have provided options to have plumbing vents in solar zones with certain. They got to stick up 6 inches above the roof by the or by the plumbing code, and then they just need the height above the top of the vent equal to the diameter of the vent. So like a 2-inch vent would be 8 inches from the roof up, and still put panels over the top. So there is a path to put panels up. I know that may become problematic, or it may be problematic based on racking systems or mounting systems. But I just wanted to share that because the plumbing chief, our plumbing chief, had shared that there is an option there. So just so we're clear, PV20, it looks like no. It looks like we have enough no's on that one. So Laura, even though it may not be applicable, if the board changes the position on the solar-ready zones for some reason, then we can also have an answer on that proposal as well. This is a weird one. So then that takes us to the other proposal, which is on the solar interconnection pathways, the additional requirements. Probably need to act on that one, or we do need to act on that one because the model or the Oregon amendment language is staying.
After rereading it, I don't have any actually heartache about accepting it. I think it does help quite a bit in the MC cable of let's terminate it inside the actual panel and label it as sort of reserved for solar. I don't know how many people actually use that provision, but I think that was the original intent anyway, because really when we're pre-wiring, that was the intent. And then while the language could use some massaging, their raceway language does include the same thing. You still have a 4-inch 4x4 box, but you do have conduit going back into the panel, so you don't have to remove drywall. So I don't necessarily think it increased costs. I'm trying to remember a couple of our installs I was at prior to drywall. I think that's how some of our installers already do that too.
Looks like Jack has a question, and Jack, just for the record, Jack was the proponent of the plumbing vent prohibition, correct, Jack?
Yeah, that's true. But I've also got comments on this one.
Okay.
In terms of the drywall, installers still have to go in regardless. So, just to be clear, OSSIA is opposed to this one. Installers have a ton of other requirements, specifically in the NEC 690 112 for rapid shutdown. All these other requirements that they have to go into this raceway. So sealing it off and connecting it isn't going to change that. When we have to go in and install solar, we have to install disconnects and shutoffs and micro inverter systems, and our combiner panels, string inverters all have to go in this raceway. And so connecting it doesn't prevent us from having to go in.
Thank you, Jack. That makes it easier. I'm going to vote no then.
So Jack, this is Rex Turner. So are you saying that this whole having this raceway pre-installed is really just a waste of resources at this point?
Yeah, exactly. It's going to increase costs, and then the installers are just going to have to go in afterwards in order to meet requirements.
Not only this proposal, but the raceway in general, right?
The raceway in general, Katie might have a better response to that.
Yeah, no, the raceway is incredibly helpful. The assumption that it's not being used in any case, I think is incorrect. Being a large installer, we love to see that in new homes coming into it, rather than, I think the homeowners do too, rather than seeing a bunch of conduit slapped on the side of their brand new home. So, we do use it when it's set up properly. But as far as extending it into the panel, that's not incredibly helpful. Like Jack was saying, we have rapid shutdown and we have other NEC requirements of equipment that we need to set between, the attic and the panel. So extending it into the panel isn't something we're concerned with.
Shall we vote in lunch?
So we're on the PP 19 right now. So
I'll give that a no.
That's a no.
No.
So I'm a no, but I think maybe that was accepted, Jonathan, about being able to massage the language about the pathway. Are we done with that conversation?
Yeah, I think we're done with the pathway part. Yeah, if they're saying it's not needed, then we don't want to make it any more encumbering than what we already did.
Okay, I thought Katie was saying that they do appreciate having it.
So we're leaving the pathway, but what this proposal does is extend it further. And what we just did still leaves it. We're just not talking about the shading and figuring out where on the roof. We're leaving it to the solar experts to come out to your job site and say, you can put panels over here.
No, sure. Yeah. Sorry. No, I didn't mean that. I meant just the section in general. We're opposing this proposal, but do we still want to see about massaging the language, about making sure the pathway and termination are in a more logical place? You had spoken earlier about how we tried to be more specific when this came in, but had to pull back.
Well, because when we did the original language, it was reasonably too specific, and I think even at that point, God, that was several years ago now, but if I remember right, even saying kind of what just happened right now, good intentions, but we wouldn't want it there because we might put the panels over on this side. So it was just get at this point in the attic so we can see it, and then they'll continue the raceway where they want to. The cost is really opening up walls to get it through the attic if that's the way they're doing it, or as Katie mentioned, running conduit on the outside of the building, which we see sadly quite a bit still.
So as written, Jonathan, it just has to terminate in the attic. It doesn't have to go through the roof.
Yeah, it just terminates in the attic.
Yeah, I would just leave it
You know,
alone.
at one point, I think
we
we said it had to be 4 inches above the insulation, but it just has to go in the attic at some point, labeled, for future solar use.
I think trying to be more specific is going to add more cost and plan review time and so on. And as long as they can find it in the attic, they can just extend it from there to where they want it.
And the key part of that provision, it has to be an accessible location. So for the NEC aspect, that's pretty well defined. So it should be a spot where a solar installer can later add on to the conduit or running straight, MC or some other type of extension onto it. So it should work. Like I said, sadly, while it was true, we're not seeing a lot of those being used. And then maybe it's just the installers that we happen to have here in Albany are choosing not to use them.
What about the accessible piece that's already in there, and in the attic space where the solar is to be on that roof above?
Well, the problem is that it comes back to us defining where we think the solar is going to be for the installer.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, quick recap here. On this particular, because this is, it's 2 sections. Okay, so we did 324.7. So, Laura reformatted, we kept the exceptions, the committee deleted 324.7.3 through 324.7.5.2. The proposed language kept 324.7.6, 324.7.7, and said no to both PP 19 and PP 20. Does that sound correct?
Correct.
Okay, Laura, you caught up? How about lunch? How long you want to take for lunch?
I'm okay with keeping it short since we're short on time, or 1 o'clock.
I agree. For me, it's already 1:30, so yes.
It's quitting time.
Adelaide's already eaten lunch.
Yeah.
That's why her camera's off.
No, it's actually I'm hungry now because it's already 1:30 and I didn't want to miss anything and go grab something. So I'm going to go grab something real quick.
I could tell she was hangry. Okay, 1 o'clock.
Hangry. 1 o'clock.
Hey, Ian, on that last one, I think we actually could have argued a savings, because now instead of every house, there are exceptions that let you out. So that actually probably could be a cost savings.
Perfect. I'll make note of that. Thank you.
Except you have to hire a design professional to get those cost savings, so it'll cost you 3 times the amount.
No, Jeremy took care of that.
I'm joking.
All right, who are we short? Anybody else? Elizabeth? Was she just up there? And then, who else did we get? We got, okay, Adelaide's here.
Yep, I'm here.
Jamin.
I'm here.
And Kevin. And then we didn't have Kevin Rose Love, or whatever I call him. Blake had to bail out, and he was going to see if Kevin, but I don't see him, so we'll just we'll move on if everybody's ready. Hopefully we should be able to blow through 3 here and get to the fun part where Jeremy takes over and does 4. Fun for me part, I mean.
All right.
Yay, Jeremy. Okay. Let's see. Some of these should be pretty easy. So the next one we are on is R326, habitable attics. And even though it shows new language, it's not, because we jumped forward and brought it into the 7 or into the 21 anyway. So it's not new language. It's consistent with our current Oregon amendment. So it's really an Oregon amendment. Comments on habitable attics? Oh, good stuff. We're skipping consider the 327, R327, we have to skip. The legislature chimed in on that with Senate Bill 762. We are not allowed to touch it. And that got put off even farther. And I don't know that Steve's here. I think we might have told him, I hope I told him, but Steve Strawn had a glazing change related, but, and we had told him previously that, hopefully by now it was supposed to be sorted out and possibly there would be an opportunity for a change. But as most of you probably know, as you've watched that process, ODF put it on delay and we're way out still until 762 gets instituted. So we're not touching R327 at this point. There will be some scoping changes when it gets to that point, but the body of it has to stay. So that bypasses public proposal number 4 also. And like I said, I don't see Steve here anyway, but I think he knew that. So one more. This one's a good one because it is. So R328. Carrie wanted this one, so I blame her. No, this is a proposal from the division to go back to the model definition of accessory structure, drop the Oregon-specific definition, which gets rid of the 3,000 and 2-story max, and the partner to that would be deleting all of section R328 because it is no longer necessary. The only reason 328 was necessary was because we had a 3,000 max in accessory structures. So in order to go over that, we needed 328. So what's happened is, or what happens with this is model code now basically accessory structures will align with the rest of the scope, which is they're unlimited in area and 3 stories in height. And there's just been a growth, and we've gotten lots of questions, and that's why Carrie was excited. Some of them have come from Deschutes County, multiple, and of 2 stories, just over 3,000, or limitations on accessory structures, and it's a weird dynamic because it only applies to detached. So you can attach your garage to your house and make it 50,000 square feet. But as soon as you detach it 1 foot, now you're limited to 3,000 or maybe a little bigger. So it didn't make sense anyway. So I'll let the committee, and I don't know if Carrie wanted. Carrie had talked about, or Deschutes County had talked about putting in a proposal, and we said no, we're going to do it anyway. So, but anybody else wants to speak on it, so I'll let the committee have it.
Yeah, I will just speak briefly for Deschutes County. We have so many larger structures, in rural areas where people are wanting to build, a big shop or a barn, and it's been really tough to limit it to that R328. So we will be very happy to see that change.
It's a great change for us over here in Malheur County too, where we have 10,000 square miles and only 30,000 people. And 15 of those are in Ontario. So everybody has lots of ground over here to build. So thank you for your wanting to submit a code change proposal, and thank you for building codes for doing it.
I don't have any argument on it. I'm just curious where that 3,000 came from originally.
The 3,000 came from the Rural and Remote Task Force some years back. That was the original impetus behind it. So right now, the definition the model definition would just say, if the committee approves it, a structure that is accessory to and incidental to that of the dwelling or dwellings, and that is located on the same lot, which is the model definition.
And it was my understanding, did the old model, it's been a few code cycles that they updated that definition. The 3,000 square foot came from the model code, and then the Rural and Remote Task Force did the R328 to allow for some larger structures, but there's still some really specific limitations.
Yeah, exactly. Great.
Is that correct?
Yep. Nope. That's a great clarification. That's exactly right. The model code used to, they went through a couple of iterations where they went from the 3,000 and then not the 3,000 and then they dropped it. And their reasoning was just what I just said is like, why are they limiting? You can build it attached as big as you want. So now it just falls back to the scope of the code, which is no limitation. And, you know, land use takes care of a lot of this, especially when they're detached. I'm not saying it takes care of all of it, but it certainly can. It plays a big role in it. So, but yes, the 3,000 increase came from the Rural and Remote Task Force. Yep, the increase from 3,000.
We will seriously be celebrating if this goes away, because I can't tell you how many headaches we have because of the limitations. So.
In here in Clackamas County, so yes.
So 2 good in the room. So we got Carrie, Elizabeth, that was good. Good. Jonathan? Adelaide, good. Jonathan, good. All right. Looks like a go. I'm going to celebrate less calls.
Any impact, Eric?
Impact? No.
Cost savings.
It might be I don't know.
I think it could be a big cost
Actually,
savings.
it could
We have
be.
allowed like some alternate methods,
Yeah.
you know, maybe have a fire sprinkler and, you know, so this will save them
Yeah.
a lot.
So this
It
this
could,
would
yeah,
have
it
driven
could
them to
potentially
the,
have some big savings.
Building a U under the
structural
OSSC,
code.
which would have been, yeah. No, yeah, I think there's, yeah, Ian, I would put this down as a savings. All right. Excellent. And then the last in 328 is just some clarified language. We had some confusion there, and this is the existing, let's see here, let me get there. Is it which? The new 320, it used to be 329, right? So there's not a big change here. We just wanted to clarify what pieces of the swimming pool code. So the design and construction of barriers for residential swimming, and specifically that section you'll see if you're looking at your matrix doc, the Word doc, the lighter blue section 305. So specific to section 305. So just clarifying that that's the only section of the swimming pool code that applies here. And then boxing in we thought it would be more helpful to box in there also the language that's up from chapter 1 about local regulation of the structural aspects of the swimming pools. So that's it on that one. No technical change.
So back to R328, so that definition will be updated. That wasn't changed in the definition for this draft.
Yes. Yeah. It's still showing the old definition in chapter 2. That's what you're talking about? Yeah.
Yeah, so
Laura,
that will
did you
need
catch
to be changed.
For accessory structure. Yeah. I just, the chapter 2 doc that's on the committee page still shows the old def for accessory. She'll update it. Yep. I noticed that too, Carrie.
Good catch.
Now Carrie can party.
Somebody's
So
worried
happy.
about it. Okay, that is, if we're good for the pools, it looks like that we got some thumbs up. That is now rejoice. That's chapter 3, and that and energy are the big ones. So hopefully we'll be able to cruise a little bit and get through this. We have 2 more meetings scheduled after this, but unless there's anything else on that, I'm going to kick it over. We're going to jump to chapter 4 and kick it over to Jeremy.
Thanks, Eric. Yeah, so chapter 4, section 401.2 is the first item there on the matrix. So you'll see that new language in chapter 4, 401.2 in the blue. That's the division proposed language for, we're hoping you guys discuss this one because there was language in here. Some of you may remember in the 2017 all the way back. I looked back all the way to 2008. There was language in this section that always required either a key or some other method to pin the bottom of a foundation wall to a concrete foundation wall to a footing, no matter the seismic design category. Last code iteration, we were asked to look through and find any code provisions that didn't have any basis. So we called ICC on that one. Their model code does not require it, and we asked them about it. There is a section later on that we'll see that does show that the intent is that all foundation walls are restrained at the top and bottom. So at that time, the committee board recommended we don't keep it as an existing Oregon amendment, but now we're looking at bringing it back in because we did a bunch of research in Chapter 4 in coordination with PCA 100 and ACI 332, which are both prescriptive design standards that are deemed to comply with Chapter 4 of the IRC. And we've found that all three of those, the PCA 100, ACI 332, and the IRC, none of them agree. The defined terms are not the same. The provisions are all different. The IRC is actually pretty gnarly because it's a conglomeration of a bunch of different things. It's got empirical design stuff lately, over the time, some engineered design stuff's come in through the prescriptive, and then it's still referencing old stuff out of PCA 100 and ACA 332. So it's really a mess. So just be aware of that as we go through Chapter 4. But this item is covered by both PCA 100 and ACI 332. This language is pulled basically the exact same language out of ACI 332 here is being shown as proposed. PCA 100 does require the same connection in low seismic and high seismic, but it does give an out if your unbalanced backfill is less than 4 feet. And I just talked to them last week about this some more. It sounds like they might be considering changing that in the future. But anyway, this is up for discussion. This would add cost to bring it back in compared to the current code. It wouldn't have added cost compared to the old codes. So it's kind of, it skipped a cycle. So I don't know if it went back. Now this new language would be brand new though, because it says it's got 3 options. So the first option is to where you got a joint between your footing and your wall, you have to either do a keyway, which gives the specs here, 1.5 inch wide by 1.5 inch deep, continuous keyway within the middle third of the wall. Installing vertical bars in accordance with 40314, which is consistent with the high seismic requirement for foundation wall to footing construction. So that'd be your number 4 is at 4 foot on center, or other approved methods. So you just any other method that you guys would be comfortable with, or what the applicant proposes. So that's up for discussion on this one. I gave you a little history. Hopefully you guys can bounce it around and talk about it. Give us suggestions.
Thank you for bringing it back into the code book.
Okay.
I actually had to go by the residential 318 to get to there where it has to tie the footing to the stem wall, because where I'm so close to Idaho, they use the model code.
Okay.
And it's not in the model code, but where Idaho's not a state agency, every city and county has adopted it differently, whether some jurisdictions require it and don't. And then I had them coming over and I didn't have the code path beside it. So then I had to go to the 318. So Carrie, this is my win for accessory structures, is this that they put in. So, and I don't know that it's really an added cost. I think most people still connected their stem wall to their footing, even though it had come out of the code, because it's just an important thing to do.
Yeah. I appreciate the clarity as well.
Jeremy, I got one question in the context of adding this back. I know we've had some slight write and cited issues, standard practice, and believe earlier code also would have said we pin between new footings onto expanded footings, kind of at that cold joint. Would that be wise to include that in that section too? Because I know for a write and cited path, that one's challenging.
Yeah, it's kind of tough we don't have really many existing, there's an appendix in the model code with existing structures and how to deal with that. Our code is kind of weird with existing structures. We have our chapter 1 stuff. And so, but we could consider that here. I'll table that just because I like to think about it a little more. So I like to table that and bring it back to you guys at the next meeting, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. And I was even thinking it could be something simple of where a construction joint is created between a concrete footing and or a foundation wall, because we can even have cold pours and stuff like that in existing. We get those in commercial all the time, and you just
Right.
run far forward, so that way you have the cold joint. So I think the two would tie together for new construction or existing, but at least then we'd have a code path.
Yeah. Now, does that we do have a section on construction joints later on? Does that, do you know if that covers it already? There is a construction joint requirement later on in chapter 4. I think it's in 404, but maybe so you're talking specific footings though. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let me just jot that down. More thoughts on this one?
I like it. I appreciate the clarity and the change. Gives a path.
Okay. So no
Good deal.
objections. Okay.
Cost.
It's no cost over long history of Oregon codes. Potential minor costs in some. I have heard that there have been builders that have gotten away with no tying of the two because of the code path under the 21 res code. So I would say negligible costs, but I don't know how to quantify it. I don't know if home builders can weigh in on it.
Yeah, I nothing to share on that. I don't know what the added cost would be, if any.
Okay. Maybe Jamin have thoughts on that one?
I have to apologize. Someone came into my office and
Oh,
was
no problem.
talking to me, so I missed part of this conversation.
So the cost of tying a concrete foundation wall to a footing, either with a keyway, vert bars at 4 foot on center, number 4 bars at 4 foot on center, or some other approved method by the building official to ensure that you have restraint at the bottom of a foundation wall to the footing.
So tying the wall to the footing beneath it, or to a
Correct.
strip footing.
Correct, just to a continuous footing that right beneath the foundation wall.
I mean, that's kind of something we already do anyway.
Right.
All of our bars intertwine. Most of our homes are mono-poured with continuous pour and rebar, vertical and horizontal bar all tied together. So I guess I'm not clear on what changed.
If it wasn't required, there are some builders that haven't had to do it in this last code cycle. If there was, do you have any idea like potential cost for that specific scope?
To put in vertical bar?
Sure, or a keyway.
I would have to ask some questions and do some research to give you a cost, but I think it's something we just do as a standard on every home now, and I would assume that most builders do already.
Yeah.
I don't really think it's much of a change to what's already standard practice.
Okay, I think that's enough to say it's negligible, Ian.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, everybody. Any other last thoughts? No. 401.3 is existing Oregon amendment, allows other means for drainage. I'm not going to go over that unless anybody wants to talk about it. 403.1 footings, footing widths. These are existing Oregon amendments for our longstanding table R 403.1 footing widths for buildings up to 3 stories. There's a link there to see supplementary documents. I just wanted to point out the 2015 IRC, there was 2015 to 18 IRC, there was a significant code change that went through at the model code level to increase footing, or take a look at this table. Look at the base assumptions that were built in or baked into this current table that we have right now versus what is assumed by our prescriptive code. So our prescriptive codes goes up to 70 PSF ground snow loads. It's got 3 stories. It's got basement options. You got slab on grade option. You got crawl space construction option. All those change your weights to a footing. And so And then the building width obviously would change the tributary loading to your footings. So just know that our current Oregon table is based on an assumed 32-foot wide building. It's based on slab on grade construction, so no basement wall, no whatever, and it's based on a 50 PSF ground snow load. It doesn't mention that anywhere in the table that those are the assumptions, but it's in the commentary, and the commentary even mentions in the old commentaries mentions that if you've got basement scenarios, you should not use this table and design it, but nowhere, there's no code path, edit, write it path to require that. So this supplementary document that you see here, it's the latest model code. It's been updated by the National Association of Home Builders, Gary Ehrlich, pushed through proposal to clean up what was problematic in the 18 version. So this was going from the 18 to the 21, totally cleaned up, caught a bunch of issues, and that was the main reason we didn't even consider it last time, because it was way too cost prohibitive. There was some weird requirements in there. When your building width was greater than the assumed, then you had to add all sorts of factors, and the loading scenarios weren't correct. So anyway, it wasn't really looked at very carefully. This latest one has been vetted. I talked to Gary about it. It's not an issue with home builders that he's aware of now with this new latest, greatest stuff. It would add costs, but it does clarify a lot of loading conditions that aren't currently addressed by the code. So it's just something for the committee to consider. Looking at this latest model code as an option to go for. It would add costs. Probably Jamin or others could weigh in on the cost, if it would be like a 4-inch increase in footing width or 6-inch increase in footing width. What kind of cost would that be? We could maybe come up with that, but that's something for the committee to weigh in on and give us recommendations, whether or not to stick with the same, go with this new, or even look at our existing and basically scope it better so that we're clear that it's only good for 50 PSF, it's only good for 32-foot spans, and then if you're outside that, potentially that non-prescriptive design requirement, but that would add cost too. So it'd be nicer to have, prescriptive footings in a table that we can consistently use over time. But I just want to get the committee's thoughts on all of this, and let me know if you have questions on that supplementary document or if anybody can't access it.
So that's where I was going to go, Jeremy. I can't access it every time I click on it. From the matrix, it pops up SharePoint login.
Laura, can you send a link in the chat box? I don't know if you're there, Laura.
She said yes.
Thank you. I think it'll be better for you guys to, or I could pull it up on my screen too, but. I'll go ahead and screen share right now, just while you guys are getting that. So hopefully you can see this RB 164-19. Okay, so this is the table. It's long, lengthy table that is a lot different than what you're used to. Now, just something to note is these figures are not being shown correctly. It assumes that the truss clear spans. So the truss clear spans, this first story here on all these or different levels. The assumption is that the trusses clear span, and then the floor levels are supported mid-span. So that's how they're calculating their tributary loading with roof load, wall load, floor load, wall load, potential basement wall loads or foundation wall loads to those footings. And so you've got a scenario with light frame construction. You've got the scenario with different ground snow loads. So you can get down to lower widths. You'd save some money potentially getting down to lower widths where you have low ground snow loads. So we could save some money in Oregon with some of these. And then in the higher snow, it would be more restrictive. So less restrictive and lower ground snow load, higher, more restrictive than current code, for higher snow. And then it addresses 1-story slab on grade, 1-story with crawl space, 1-story with basement. Same for 2-story, same for 3-story, for all of those iterations. And then for every the base assumption that it's 32 feet wide. And then where the building with perpendicular to the wall is greater than 32 feet. So say you had a 40-foot wide building, the footing width would be increased by 2 inches and footing depth increased by 1 inch for every 4 foot of increase. So for if the table said you needed to be 12-inch wide and you're at 40 foot instead of 32, then you would be at 16 because you'd add 4 inches to get that extra 8 feet. So 2 inches for every 4 feet. So 4 inches for 8 feet. So 12 plus 4 is 16 for that scenario. So pretty quick, easy way to get there. But it would be this is a change for the state to go this route. But hopefully everybody's had a chance to. Sounds like maybe not everybody's reviewed it yet. But any questions or thoughts, or did the link get shared? I didn't check.
I'm not seeing it in the chat yet.
Okay.
No.
Let me just share it real quick. Let's see how this works.
Jeremy, this is Natalie. In the language of that ICC document, table 403.1 is still included in this. So yeah, thanks for pulling that. We have this, but then further down, our table, I think, still exists. Or is that just copying what we, like, it's down on page 11. And I was just scrolling, so if I missed a gap or something.
Yeah, this is just showing some background in our old table here.
Okay. Okay, so all this.
This is the 2009 commentary. I just wanted for you guys to take a look at. It talks about footing widths, the basis for the footing widths. Everything was based on it's right here. Minimum footing widths are based on soil load bearing values in Chapter 4. The minimum values were calculated based on a 20 foot of trib area of roof, 16 foot of trib area of floors. So that'd be a 32 foot wide building. 10 foot high first story walls and 8 foot high third story walls. A 50 PSF snow load was used. Then it goes through and it talks about where you had basements. For buildings with a story below, such as a basement, the additional load of the story must be accounted for. But they they never mention anywhere in the table that that's a thing. So there's no site right to. There was never a baked in obvious limitation on the use of this table. It can be used for any snow load that's allowed by our code, which is up to 70, and then basements and whatnot. So anyway, so that's a thought. Like I said, we could look at bringing in the new model code stuff. We could look at updating our current table to align with worst case, like 70 PSF snow and the building width. But like I said, it's oversimplified right now and not capturing all of the assumptions.
I definitely see that we need to do some updating. That multi-page tables seems a little daunting. If there is a way to come up with our own, I don't know. I know that might be a lot of work on your guys' end that kind of simplifies the important, pieces that need to be in there.
Yeah, the nice thing on that table though is like you would have your project in front of you. You would know if you're 3-story. You would know your snow load, so you would go right to the spot. So you wouldn't have to like look at everything. But
yeah,
it allows someone to go to any spot depending on the project. So
yep. No, I it does look like it's got everything outlined pretty well.
But I think the big one here is home builders, cost, deviation from current approach.
Yeah, there looks like they're definitely going to be putting in some bigger footings than what they've done in some instances.
Some instances, yeah. I think in the areas of the valley where snow loads are, the lower portion of the valley, it's going to be not an issue at all. It'll probably be cost savings, but there will be higher areas in the higher snow that would.
And larger structures with a bigger.
Yep.
Are we having issues with failure now? I mean, if it's not broke, why climb up the mountain?
Yeah, we haven't received any calls. We haven't heard anything. I mean, you see on the TV the commercials about terra firma, other foundation repair companies. Who knows if that's related to this? We don't know. We've never been approached by it.
Jeremy, tell them I get Idaho news, no Oregon news, and we don't get the terra firma commercial.
Yeah, Jeremy, this is Rex. My antennas went up when you said this is additional cost. Of course,
yeah.
Then you also said in the valley it could be less cost. Can you talk more about that?
Yeah. So if we go back to that, let me open that table again. Did that link work for everybody?
Yeah, I did. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, looking at while he's bringing it up, because I was doing the same thing. It looks like pretty much for everything but 3-story, it reduces the thickness down to 1 inch. So like the valley, so us 30-pound snow load for the valley. My 2-story houses go from a 15-inch spread footing to a 16-inch spread footing, but only have to be 6 inches thick instead of 7 inches thick. So potentially the same amount of concrete or less. Actually less, but if they choose to do a smaller footing.
Yeah, and so Rex, the current code, like I said, was based on a 50 PSF. So anywhere you had lower, so we're going to have lots of areas that are at that 36 minimum throughout the state.
They have lots of areas, but very few homes in proportion to what's in the valley, I guess is what where my mind is going. I mean, is it an overall cost savings in the state because we're reducing some concrete where most of the houses are at versus a little more concrete where in Ontario, for example. I don't know what the snow load is in Ontario, though. You say Klamath Falls, bigger footings, but a lot less building going on. So if you're looking at the whole picture, is it maybe overall it's a cost savings statewide, but if you're an individual builder in Klamath Falls, you might be spending more.
So Jeremy, the one I struggle with is the basement line, because it seems like in every single case it's increasing the footing size without any real care for how the walls are actually being loaded on, because it seems as just arbitrary saying, okay, now you need to increase it, for the example you have brought up, 4 inches just because it's a basement wall or there's a basement underneath. So would we, it would be challenging to apply that versus the current language, which is, or not challenge, but it'd be easy to apply it because it's just across the board, where the previous language was how many floors is it physically supporting.
Yeah, I'm not following on the basement one though. I mean, the basement one, we're adding 150 PCF of gravity load times that basement wall height, which is significant. Is that what you're saying? You're kind of trying to figure out where that load's coming from to cause these increases, or are you just saying it's difficult to?
Well, it's just adding to it regardless of how the load path is technically going, because it may not
So
be
on non-bearing
floor, it may be only picking up your dead load only.
So you're thinking like on a non-bearing wall versus a bearing line?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're thinking you could potentially change your well, that's what's happening in our current tables. It's based on 50 PSF. Worst case scenarios, it just doesn't capture the added weight from basement walls in the bearing scenario. It never did. It never addressed a basement wall. It's like I said in that commentary, it said if you've got a basement, you're supposed to account for it somehow.
It looks like
But-
it's also assuming a higher soil bearing pressure than what we assume in Deschutes County. Like looking at we assume the 1500. We've got a lot of 50 pound ground snow load. It's calling for some pretty big footings.
In this table here.
Yeah, at the
Yeah.
1500, like a single story on a crawl. Let's see.
14 by 6.
2-story with a crawl would be a 17.
Yeah.
You know, where everything's just a 12-inch, or I guess it'd be bigger on the 2-story.
Right. And maybe the committee's recommendation would be to hold off on this one, have the division, next code cycle, we could do more detailed check on this or just push it.
Yeah,
to
I think
the-
especially where we haven't had failures
Yep.
and maybe do a little more research.
Sounds good.
I would agree with that recommendation.
Any other thoughts, recommendations?
Rex, I'm in agreement. I think we should hold off.
That's good.
I think we should hold off as well, unless you tell us that this is detrimental. I think we put it off.
Nope. No problem holding off on this one. Sounds good. Thank you. Let's see here. Next item is, so Laura, 4031 retain. We're good on those. 40311 minimum footing size. So we're keeping our Oregon amendment on the thickness based on stories 6, 7, and 8. No change there. And then 40312 continuous footing in seismic design category D0 through D2. If you pull up that RB 16922, that is a 2024 IRC that you'll see it in the 2024 IRC. It's a cleanup clarification of a requirement that we get calls on regularly. It confuses code officials regularly, applicants regularly. And this one is for when a continuous footing is required, and there's exceptions for interior brace wall lines, and they have the 50-foot trigger, and then you don't have to use concrete footing underneath if you don't exceed the 50, but you provide some extra framing in the diaphragm. So anyway, they recommended does everybody have access to that? Should have that link work for everybody who's looking at? Okay. You can see on the second page of that, they have a new table. So it's R403, all that language gets struck and replaced with this table. And you'll see in the cost impact that there's no increase. It's just clarifying the requirement that had iterative exceptions that made it kind of confusing. That would be a move forward to the 2024, just to help clean up questions that we're getting now on the matter. Any thoughts, discussions on that one?
I'm not in that design category there. It looked like it was D.
Correct.
But it is an issue that you guys are coming across with calls and complaints at Building Codes Division,
Correct. Yeah, lots of them.
and this helps solve the problem.
Yeah, it just clarifies the code intent. Yep.
I would be supportive of that.
I don't think I'm getting the correct table from the link. It's pulling up the supplementary documents one.
Let's look at just the code language then, the chapter 4, 40312.
1-2.
I'm going to go there as well. Make sure I'm there so we can see the same thing. 40312. Yeah, it's the exterior walls and required interior brace wall panels of buildings located in SDC D0 through D2 shall be supported by continuous from beginning to end of brace wall line, solid or fully grouted masonry, in accordance with table 40312. So the in accordance with table 40312 is the new requirement, and then you go to that table and you go to, depending on your one story, 2-story, or 3-story, and your seismic design category and your building width. Those are the variables here. You find out where you're at, you go to the table, and it says whether it's required or not required.
Got it.
And then there's exceptions to the not required, or to the required. So it's basically the exact same provision in a tabular format. Yep.
That's good.
I support this, Jeremy.
I do too.
Okay. And it's what we'll see, like I said, at the next code. This amendment would go away.
Okay.
Be model code.
Jeremy?
Yep.
Eric, just for the committee, it might help. You may already be doing this, but the link to the matrix that is on the committee page is your good matrix, and the links within that matrix doc should work for you. That should be the most recent one if you go to your committee webpage.
Yeah, I figured that one out too. Thanks.
Thanks, Eric. Thanks, Laura.
Thanks, Laura.
Any other thoughts on this one? Concerns? Okay. We're on minimum depth, 40314, existing Oregon amendment. No change there. 40316 is an IRC code change, foundation anchorage. Let me get there real quick. 40316. So this allows, in the pink language you see there at the bottom of that portion before the exceptions, anchor bolts shall be permitted to be located while concrete is still plastic and before it is set, where anchor bolts resist placement or the consolidation of the concrete on anchor bolts is impeded. The concrete shall be vibrated to ensure full contact between the anchor bolts and concrete. No cost increase or decrease that I'm aware of. Maybe a cost decrease if folks are feeling like they currently have to tie the anchor bolts in place in the forms. But any concerns, discussion on this model code change?
This is addressing the industry, what they call stabbing the anchor bolts. This allows that. Was it not allowed before?
I don't think it was addressed specifically by the code before, and so we've had questions, I think, in the past. Or
So local jurisdictions were maybe interpreting it differently.
Correct. Yeah.
I think the issue comes between your standard J bolts versus your hold downs, your big SST stab bolts.
Right, and that was going to be.
Yeah, they want to wet set all those, and like J bolts. So I don't think we have much confusion, but it is or clarification.
That's the only part I was going to clarify with Jeremy. You wouldn't necessarily think this would accidentally be interpreted from you guys more than us as meaning they could wet set their anchor bolts for hold downs and stuff like that, because those ones we do need to see prior to pouring.
Yeah, I can't imagine. This is foundation anchorage specific to the sill, I believe, in this section. So wood sill plays. Yeah, I don't see how you could confuse this with hold downs. And hold downs would have to be installed per MII, so which would require not allow that either, I don't think. But
I can speak to this a little bit, because on a very, very rare occasion, we have had inspectors call out our foundation crews on not having their anchor bolts tied in place prior to pouring.
Yeah.
So there is a code somewhere that's been cited in the past, but it's very rarely called out. But as a standard practice, anchor bolts are wet set, and your straps on garage wing walls and stuff, your heavier gauge straps, those are all wire tied in place. Simpson makes plastic clips to hold them to the form boards. So I don't think it would get misapplied to hold down straps versus anchor bolts. But this would get rid of that very rare random occasion where an inspector calls out the crew for wet setting the J bolts. So I would be in support of it.
Sounds good. Thanks for that. So I think instead of trying to do any extra clarification on this one for hold down anchorage, I think we would move forward with this as is, and then if it comes up as an issue moving forward, let us know.
I'm supportive of the change.
Same with me.
Good here.
Sounds good. Thanks, everybody. 403.7. Oh, that was a minor cost savings. Ian?
Noted. Thank you.
Thanks. Yep. 403 R403.17 isolated footings, existing Oregon amendment. On the matrix, Laura, could you just add where it says details requirements for isolated footings and crawl spaces? Could you just add and outside isolated footings? We have that subsection for both crawl space and isolated footings. This is the longstanding existing Oregon amendment.
Yes.
Yeah, so good there. 403.18. I'm turning over to you, Eric, and public proposal 5.
What public proposal number 5? Wayne still with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, sir. You want to talk your proposal?
So the Grande and Electric proposal, the adding the requirement of minimum 3 ties had been in the code for way back from the UBC days, and carried forward. Somewhere when we adopted the I codes, that 3 tie requirement kind of went away. And the idea behind that originally was to make sure that that 1 foot splice stayed touching for that 1 foot versus having it kick off at an angle and not make contact or have some other issues. And so the idea is just to bring back the 3 tie piece as a minimum standard for alignment and contact. I know that in the building codes plan review documents that go out, that has always been carried forward as an opinion for their local jurisdictions, and I think that would just be consistent to add that. I don't think there's really any cost implications to it other than maybe another wire tie.
You know, Wayne, coming back from Oregon and somebody calls and asks me, I still tell them 3 wire ties. So I didn't even realize Oregon had lost that from 20 years ago in Oregon. Because I've seen the installs without that 3 wire ties on there with that foot, it just sticks out to the side and doesn't have full contact.
That was my assumption that that's probably what most jurisdictions were still doing that as a baseline, and that because it just left it up to interpretation. It was just tied tightly. Well, what's that mean?
So I support the idea of adding something in there. The one issue that I'd have is arbitrarily adding the 3. I know it came from previous code, but if you do go to the NEC currently, it only shows 2 ties. So I would actually, if we move forward with this, I would support us doing the measure, but have BCD refer to Keith to find out if he wants to align with the NEC's graphics, because in that case, it may only be 2 ties because that's what they're currently demonstrating.
Yes, Rex. Yeah, thanks, Jonathan. I was going to make ask that question if this is in conflict with the electrical code, and maybe that's why it was removed, because it's addressed in the electrical code. I don't know. But yeah, I think our chief electrical inspector should be driving that.
I think the reason John, I think the reason I went with 3 originally was the idea that I don't think I've ever really seen straight bar on a job site, and assuming it's bowed or bent, that it would just kind of suck it in to kind of force that connection was more than was really kind of where that thought process was. But
no, I get that. It was just more if we want to align, since it is well, it's odd provision because the concept of we as structural people look at an electrical system, but it's really for the electrical. And running past my A level, he didn't care as long as it is in contact. That's the only part he cares about. So the amount of ties, whether it's 1 to 50, he doesn't necessarily have a huge issue with as long as it's in contact. So that's why I would suggest, from our perspective, we just have maybe move forward with the idea, but have Keith weigh in on what is the appropriate thing from the NEC standpoint. Because I can tell you, I've given the picture out of the NEC, so it'd be from my personal perspective, better to align with what their pretty picture is.
Agreed, yep.
Okay, I made a note to check with the electrical program to see. I guess you want to table it then?
I think if we're okay with adding it, I think the number of ties really can be set by the electrical chief. I don't think we need to weigh in on that if we're okay with adding the clarification piece.
Yeah, I agree. I think the electrical chief needs to make that decision. I agree to add the ties. It's the number. I think we shouldn't have two different requirements.
I would agree with that too, to be consistent. And obviously we're trying to achieve this. You can do it with 50 ties if you really wanted to, right? So as long as it's got the connection, but that is an electrical component.
Okay, I got it. We'll coordinate with.
Yeah, that Laura's mentioned we could just reference the electrical code, but I guess the downside of that would be you're driving into a whole nother code book.
And it's not actually in the code book itself, because the code doesn't actually say how many ties you have. It's only in their illustrated handbook.
Yeah. Well, yeah, so I think we give you direction that we want to add ties and work with Keith on the number or the method to get there.
Sounds good. I'm going to move on to table R40412, parenthetical 1 is an existing Oregon amendment. No
Jerry?
change there. Yep, sorry.
Can I add one little comment? So not about the ties piece, the wet condition, the wet use definition. In talking with Ed and such, we are going to try and put something together next week for our next meeting that's coming up, so that we can actually have something a little more formal to present and kind of put our heads together with American Wood Council as well. Being
sounds good. Thank you.
Thanks.
So, and then we got to R406.2, foundation waterproofing model code, 406.2. Model code change.
You want me to take that one, Jeremy? I have notes on it.
Yeah, thanks.
It's pretty simple. They just struck the 6 mil poly because they said it wasn't strong enough, is basically what it boils down to. Model code change. For waterproofing material.
I was curious if there was a cost change on that one, if folks are regularly using it and not have to use something more expensive. I just don't know.
If they were using it, obviously there would be a cost increase, but I don't, in all the damp proofing that we have seen, I've never seen anybody try to just get away with 6 mil poly. In essence, usually they do bitchethane or some other type of proprietary board system.
Yeah, I've never seen it used for waterproofing a basement either. And 6 mil poly, unless it's on a polished foundation wall and you're backfilling with sugar sand, it's going to tear. So it really doesn't serve the purpose of waterproofing. It's any kind of gravel or native soils that you use to backfill is going to tear 6 mil poly. So I guess I don't even see it as a cost increase because it's a product you shouldn't be using to begin with because it's ineffective.
Got it. So go with the new language. Deletion of 6 mil. All right.
Yes.
Then next one, I guess I'll finish up 4, Jeremy. The next two, 408.1.
Yeah. Yep.
So the Oregon Amendment to 408.1, no change, but if you do look at your draft, we did work to do some clarification on that language. A lot of that has to do with clarifying the crawl space ventilation for radon counties and trying to more clearly delineate where that is required or not required, for instance, in unventilated crawl spaces. The other thing we did is rearranged it to reflect the fact that ground cover is always required now. There's no situation where it's not required. So the language that allowed you to increase your ventilation for under floor space becomes the minimum code now because you always have ground cover. So we readjusted the language, but we did keep. Let me refresh my memory on what we did here. Minimum net. So we broke up the minimum net. That's what I was just talking about. But you still have to be to 150. You don't get to decrease in the radon counties, which is nothing new. And then the language at the top of the page there, if you're following on your doc, where radon mitigation is not required, you're automatically going to 1500 now because the code used to say 150, then you go to 1500 with ground cover. And so now we have ground cover required, or have for quite a while, all the time. So we just clarified that that's now the basis unless you're in a radon county. And that's really, we brought some language from Appendix AF that talked about not being able to have closable louvers in radon land. That's an exception to 40824. That's not new language, just thought it was it'll be in both places, but thought it would be helpful here. And then the last one was the unvented crawl space in 4083, just the exception saying you can't do that. So not really anything new there. That was all just clean up and trying to make it more clear. No, 408.1, just one. Yeah, 4088 is just some new language that we're deleting because it doesn't apply in Oregon anyway. Wrong climate zones. So that was 4081. Oh, yeah, it is the 408. It's not just one.
All of 408.
I thought you meant, I got you. One matrix item, multiple sections.
I like it.
I like it. Thank you.
Good year.
Okay, everybody good? Okay, and then 4088 I already touched on. It's just a deletion. We don't have 1A, 2A, 3A climate zones, so that was new model code language. So we're recommending deleting it. It's more of just, I guess, telling you we're going to do it because it really doesn't. Not going to keep it. So that's it for chapter 4, unless anybody else has anything. And then we'll jump into chapter 5. We got, got an hour and a half to get through that. And it'll go back to Jeremy, but does anybody need a break yet, or we good? Okay, keep going. So back to you, Jeremy.
Thanks. So those first few items on the matrix are for 502.2, 502.5, 502.7, 502.9, existing Oregon amendments to be retained unless there's any discussion on those. And then jumping into vapor retarders under concrete slabs, 506.23. That's IRC change consistent with what we just saw. The removal of the 6 mil requires 10 mil on the same reason for tearing. Any concerns with that one? Okay. And 507.1 deck loads. So this one I just want to preface with the division has recommendations for you to look at moving forward to some 2024 IRC proposals that were approved nationally. They're vetted to reduce cost and confusion and just provide general clarification on a lot of items that are in chapter or in this section of the code, R507. As you know, R507 is relatively new. It's been super helpful, though, to have prescriptive provisions for decks in the code. They're cleaning them up every code cycle. deck industry experts have been providing really good proposals at the national level. So let's jump into it. So for R507.1, first thing you're going to see is that model code change. The current code is limited to a 40 PSF ground snow load assumption throughout all of the prescriptive tables. You'll see throughout that they've now captured up to 70 throughout all the tables. So that's expanding and clarifying in this upfront section that deck design is based on live and snow loads as prescribed by the code without limitation on the 40. Now it's up to 70. Any thoughts on that one or concerns?
I think that's a good change,
Okay.
especially after our snowmageddon we had a few years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense.
So this will reduce cost, Ian, based on allowing more prescriptive designs where otherwise they may not have been allowed to be done prescriptively. Would have required engineering. Maybe,
Thank you, Jeremy.
or non-prescriptive design.
It's a great change.
R507.2.1. This is the first jump to the 2024. It's that RB 17622 proposal. There's a link there if you want to take a look at that one. This one is basically the model code almost reads that you have to do preservative treatment no matter what on an exterior deck. This change points you back to 317, which gives the code official flexibility, and it aligns with kind of where Wayne was talking about with his proposal on wet locations. But in drier areas of the state where you have short periods of weather and then long dry periods where you may not need to have it, it could reduce cost of construction. So that's the first one to take a look at and up for discussion. R507.2.1 based on RB 17622.
I like the changes.
See, thanks, Ellie. Ed has a question. Go ahead, Ed.
Yeah, Ed Wasinski, American Wood Council. I just wanted to make sure you guys were going with basically the version that's going to be in the 2024 IRC. Because this one, I know there was a public comment on it, and then also some amendments at the committee action hearing level as well.
Yeah, we took the and the committee could generally state we want everything that is going to be in the 2024. We would verify, but I went through and verified that we grabbed everything that was approved as modified or approved with public comment number 2. So I went through and kind of tried to verify that myself, but we'll do a double check on that and make sure that the committee on record states that that's what you want is the 2024 for any of these that you are recommending, or you could change them on the fly here.
Perfect. Thanks.
Thanks. Any concerns moving forward? I mean, there's the option also just to stay with where the 2021 IRC is. Again, staying with the 2021 IRC on a lot of these will potentially cause a lot more questions. Go ahead.
The decks have been one of the most greatly discussed things at the code hearing, so I really appreciate using the 2024. We spent a lot of time back there deliberating on this deck stuff, so it would be great to pull all that work forward and continue it.
I agree.
I agree. No, I have no problem with 7.2.1.
Yeah, sounds good.
I agree.
Next item, 507.2.3 is RB 17822. No change to the cost. Clarifies the requirements for hole size for bolts and pre-drilling requirements for leg screws. This also removes a pointer to NDS for compliance, which is more of an engineering design reference standard in most instances. So that's just another one that's clarification. Sounds like the committee in general is in favor of these jumps. So just speak up. I'm going to go ahead and roll through these and allow you guys just to interrupt me as I kind of just roll through and explain what I can. R507.3 is deck footings. This one is a 2021 model code change. In table R507.3.1, it adds a tributary area of 5 PSF for footing. So you'll see in general that the model code change expanded a lot of the tables to capture different tributary areas. So for smaller and more lightly loaded decks, you can get smaller elements, including footings, posts, whatever. Past iterations were a little more broadly conservative and trying to capture worst case scenarios. So this is going to overall reduce cost.
So Jeremy, on 507.3, just given that we exempt 30 inches and above deck, would it be wiser to align that with our permit exemption?
Yeah, let me get there. So you're talking about the exception too?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wrote that as a note too. I said maybe the committee would want us to just strike this because it doesn't even make sense to have there really.
I don't mind it in there because doesn't the exceptions in chapter 1 specify that you still have to meet code?
Yeah,
even if you're exempt from permits.
Yeah,
so
that's
it's kind of nice to say this, it meets code to use those. You don't have to get a permit, but I don't know. That was my thought.
Yeah, Eric can speak to that one.
About that. So that language is proposed to be struck. That said that you don't have to have a permit, so there's no regulation of a thing, but you have to do the thing to code anyway.
Okay.
The only reason we had left that in the code previously was because we had assumed that CCB would use that for enforcement, and if somebody built an exempt deck and they didn't do good work, didn't follow the code, that they would be able to hold them to that. But we discovered since then that a couple of different things. One is that CCB uses lots of different standards out there, not just the building code. And the second is we certainly shouldn't be having language in code that it's not enforceable. And so I think on the model level, there's a little bit of a different approach to that sort of language, but our administration here has decided that, and I don't know if Richard's still on, but I believe I talked to him about this one. No, I don't know. We talked about it, but just that it doesn't make sense to have the language in there because it is kind of weird to tell somebody there's no regulation of what you're doing, but you have to do it to code anyway. So that's right now in chapter 1.
If that's going away, I would be fine if we don't have this language in there.
Yeah, and that's where the conversation come up. So looks like Jody.
I'm curious, is this proposed for the OSSC as well? I think the first thing that came to mind is trash enclosures. And how much of a fire hazard they are and how they're built on the property line all the time. And we don't require a permit and we don't enforce it. But this seems like a pretty big change to say that it's not required at all.
Well, I guess the question I would ask back, just theoretically, is what would be the enforcement mechanism for something that's not covered by the code?
Well, and I think that's the slight challenge. And I know last committee we had the same conversation, and when the chapter 1 just realignment came in, and if I remember right, Portland was one of the ones that said, please, can we add it back? Because, from an enforcement standpoint, so each one of us jurisdictions within reason have the ability to have an enforcement thing, and whether or not permits are required, sometimes you have to tell people what they did was unsafe, and it does point back and gives people that element to say that it was an unsafe situation. So there is that balancing act. But I also, and I'm sure you've already looked, but the statutory part says we're supposed to have a building code for everything. We're just allowed to exempt permit and plan review requirements for certain things. So there's a balancing act between what the legislature gave us, which was keep people safe and don't be overbearing in the context of making them run through and getting a permit for their kids' play structure type thing. Now, balancing that, do I want to look at all the kids' play structures or the tree house or anything? No, absolutely not. So I agree with where you're going, but in the same sense, there is elements that it's beneficial. We'll use patio covers that are now enclosed that we've spent a lot of time talking about. Quite often, we get permits later in life for those to be converted over to habitable space. So with the belief of I can coach people through, you don't need a permit for that, but here's how you want to construct it, or you need to construct it, we have a little bit more reasonable expectation when we get out to the field. What we permitted for a future conversion is actually somewhat achievable versus you getting out there and it was built with pallets.
Is this something that we can adopt locally?
The language as it's written does account for local laws. That was the intent of it, to encompass what Jonathan was talking about. So it basically what we were recommending was where it says, shall not be deemed as a, not right, whatever the word is. I can't think, I don't have it in front of me. Anyway, to violate this code. And then it said, or other laws. But so we were leaving other laws in there to account for local adoption. But I mean, it's a philosophical discussion, because I could go on all day with things that we could put in the code, but it always comes back to 455 and legal authority. And Jonathan hit on that is, if you're exempting something from code, you're exempting it from code. It would be like, the ag exempt buildings. It's like saying, well, you still have to build them to code, even though they're ag exempt. And that's a statutory allowance. But so, and that, I don't know that, administration may land somewhere else this time. I know we discussed it, and I know it's come up before. So it's on my list of things to discuss, but I just wanted to put it out there. Usually, like I said before, we don't talk much about chapter 1 because it's reserved for the division, but it's good to have the feedback. But right now it's struck just because it's not enforceable.
So on this item, where there's areas of the code that would be exempt from permit, would we need to leave them in case a local building department does have enforcement rules beyond, kind of like our other chapter 1 buckets in, buckets out?
We wouldn't be able to
Not
ask for
one.
permits. So,
Yeah.
If the direction from the division would be exempt from permit requirements, can also mean it didn't have to meet the low expectation of the ORSC. I would say no, we wouldn't want to leave it in there.
Yeah, I agree. We talked about that, Jeremy. There's no sense in putting a provision in there because it's not on the list of things that could be otherwise regulated. Right? We don't say that local jurisdictions can regulate decks less than 30, so we're like fences and other stuff. But if we did, then yes, it would be a different thing. But yeah.
Is there any occasion where a deck that's under 30 inches could have to be permitted? Proximity to property line or something?
Technically, with Eric's amendment, yes. Or we just tell them keep it 3 feet off the property line, and you don't have to get a permit. And that's usually what would happen.
Well, that was only for deck covers, not decks. I don't think we would get there for decks, would we? I don't think so. Good question. Let me look.
Didn't you put that in 302?
That was just for covers. Didn't include patio covers, deck covers, porch covers. That's what we were talking about, the 3 feet. Or that was intended only for that anyway.
I guess if you're exempting fences that are wooden, it wouldn't make much sense to regulate a deck that's a foot off the ground.
No, but
so
decks,
we did. So
yeah,
exception 6, attached decks that are exempt from permits by R105.2. All other attached decks shall be considered projections. So depending on what all's going with it, the porch cover, I don't know. That was weird. So yeah.
Keep looking at that one.
sounds like we just need to be careful as we move forward with, trying to make sure that we don't have, if we start striking things throughout the code that would normally be exempt, just be careful that there are potential instances where they wouldn't be exempt. So that'll be an exercise, I think, for the technical team.
Yeah, I mean, we'll look closer at it. It doesn't necessarily have anything to do with the language, removing the language about build it to code if there's no permit. I mean, those are mutual exclusive things. I mean, there's no enforcement mechanism to that language. I mean, you can't go out and do anything to somebody that built something not to code that doesn't require a permit. So that was the basis for why it's a toothless requirement. So that wouldn't have anything to do with those, the other things we were just talking about there, other than that, the language, the less than 20. I don't think that language, based on our exemption, doesn't belong in the code. I personally don't think so, but we just talked about that, Jeremy, that it would just kind of like, maybe that shouldn't even be there. We didn't really catch it before.
I'm supportive of what we don't have teeth to do to not be in this code book. I sent Eric the pictures of my pallet palace that they built out of. So, you can build a 400 square foot structure on more than 2 acres. And the complaints we get from the neighbors, I only went out and took those pictures of that pallet palace because there was a neighbor complaint. And on it, I don't know, if we don't regulate it, I don't even want to touch it or see it. There's just too much that's on our plate, and with litigation and what we're responsible for, I would just prefer not to have anything in here we don't have teeth for. But that's my only personal opinion. I just you would laugh if you saw this stuff that was built over here.
I'll check a little closer on that decks under 20-inch thing to make sure, because I know we did call them, but those are only detached, right? And so attached decks are considered projections now in the table, but I thought we were clean. I'll recheck it though, Jonathan. That's a good point, just to make sure there's not a hole there or missed something.
So, and Laura, on 507.3, if you could just note for exception 2 for the division the recommendation is to strike that after we take a close look at it.
Yeah, if it doesn't, yeah, exactly.
So any other thoughts on that one? 507.3. So 507.3.1, this is a jump to a 2024 for minimum size of footings. No cost change, clarifies the intent of prescriptive compliance for deck footings. R507.3.1. So it just strikes that concrete, puts deck, and then in a table, it's real clear that those are all plain concrete footings. Next one, 507.4. IRC change for the 2021 IRC change. Deck post height table is expanded to add, like I mentioned, the added tributary area. This lets you go greater heights for smaller post sizes than was allowed by current code. So you'll decrease cost of construction for that one. No thoughts, no comments there. 507.4.1, deck post to footing connection. This is a couple 2024 proposals that were approved. No change to cost. Clarifies the intent for prescriptive compliance. And then one of them was removing an unnecessary duplicate provision that could have created confusion. 507.4.1. 507.5, model code change to the deck beam table, and 3 IRC 2024 IRC proposals that are shown here as amendments. This will decrease cost of constructions by expanding the prescriptive design options again. We already went over that. So if you see those deck beam span table, you can see it's got different snow loads. different joist, span, and cantilever scenarios.
I appreciate that someone felt that it was needed to put the word together in there.
507.6 deck joists, 2021 change. Added the ground snow loads above 40. Cantilever spans now based on max joist spans. Decrease the cost of construction by expanding the prescriptive options again. 507.7 model code change for decking. Decking table expanded to show max on-center spacing for single and multi-span configurations. Those two proposals there that got approved for the 2024 IRC clarifies that landings of stairways wouldn't be excluded from the joist span. So on the joist spans, there's a language in there where it said stairs or stairways. We're outside that scope, but this one changed it to the stair treads because the 300-pound concentrated point load requirement from Chapter 3 for those conditions is specific for stair treads, and so if you had landings at the deck level, you can still use those joist spans. And then that second proposal was clarifying intent for deformed versus threaded, because you could use ring shank nails to still be considered kind of what the intent was. So it was originally intended to be deformed, and that's consistent with the table R6023 parenthetical 1 prescriptive fastening schedule for that intent. 507.911 ledger detailing, new proposal there from the 2024. This is similar to what we saw before for that decay. Point back to R317 for the decay requirements. Let the locals figure that out instead of just a broad stroke of requiring all deck framing to be reserve treated. 507.9.1.3 ledger to band joist details. Again, jumping to the 2024 IRC for more expanded stuff. No cost change there as well. And then 507.10 21 IRC change. Let me get there real quick. New provisions for exterior guards. Points back to Chapter 3, 312 for this section and this section. Clarifying the intent and the requirements there for guards, for decks.
Oh, so these provisions weren't in the code at all before, huh?
They were in there are a lot of these guard ones, guard provisions.
Yes.
Let's see. I know they had it. I believe they had it for sorry, gotta open my current code real quick.
Elizabeth and Carrie may beat you to it. It looks like they're looking for it. While they're looking, Jeremy, do you know if you will update the ready built or the deck handout that you guys have with these changes?
Yeah, there has been no movement on any of the ready build or that deck. That never got updated from the 17 to the 21. I think it was a 2017 was the last time it was looked at.
Well, without those, we get everything on napkins that doesn't even have a straight line. So those handouts and ready-built plans are so invaluable to us. So I would even bake cookies to bring over if somebody would update those plans.
Yeah.
Yes, the 2021 code has this language in it.
Okay. So it must just be relocated. Is that what's going on?
No, I think maybe we brought it over into the 2021 code. Early.
We reached for it.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. Yeah. So it's
Sorry,
new,
Rex,
but
So
it's
this isn't really
no
a change then.
not the guard
What's that?
part. Yeah.
I missed what Rex said.
I said, so this really isn't a change then.
Correct. Be rescinding an Oregon amendment and aligning with the model code where we already aligned.
Oh, yeah, gotcha.
Is the state deck guide going to be sticking around? I mean, is it on the table to be getting updated?
Yeah, not on the table right now. I don't know, Eric, have you heard from anything, or if Richard or anybody?
No, nothing definitive. There was some. I've heard some discussions about the efficacy of the program, or possibly. I mean, right now it's really tough. Even before we were down one team member, it was tough to get to those. But right now, I certainly do not see any bandwidth for that to be a priority until we get Tony back, and then we'll see where it is. I know there has been some talk in some way, shape, or form, not just the deck guide, but just the ready build plans in general. But no, I have no timing. I know that it's not dead completely, at least that I'm aware of. But
I know the deck code's kind of a work in progress and comes from the model code. Is there? Oh, my dog. Sorry. She's gonna go crazy. Any way to address the lateral connection? It just kind of says you need to have a way of transferring the lateral loads, but how do we check that prescriptively? And freestanding decks, are they allowed, not allowed? I feel like it could still use some clarity.
Yeah, so the base assumption is that it's attached via ledger, and then tiebacks are resisting the deck in rotation. There are those prescriptive details, and those are
Right, but it says when used, then you could. I can't remember the wording. I don't feel like there's a clear wording in there that says that it's not for freestanding decks.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Let me just double check.
Because I think it says where supported by attachment to an exterior wall, deck shall be positively anchored. So that almost makes it sound like it maybe doesn't have to be attached to an exterior wall. And then on that detail, I can't remember that wording too, says, like if you attach this way, here's an option. But I know we've tried to kind of chase it down of like, where does it say it can't be freestanding?
Yeah, no, that was. I was going to say, I think that was one of the intents, because I remember we ended up trying to. We spent a lot of time in the 11 code, I think it was, trying to re-clarify what attached and detached decks were, so that way you could still have flashing and those sorts of things, quote unquote, attaching your deck so you wouldn't get moisture, but you could have a freestanding deck, because at least for the 11 code, that was the intent, was that the lateral connection was not intended for freestanding decks.
But then if you have a freestanding deck, that's essentially a pole structure and really no prescriptive path of getting there, right?
Right. It'd be that non-prescriptive design.
Because Jeremy,
I'll throw out a thing to the AWC since they're on here and helping us out. The AWC is designed for code compliance 6. They have a great path.
Well, and that's ledger, right? That's what I was just going to say, right, Jeremy? The DCA 6 is assumed ledgered, correct? And aren't 507 provisions basically just a copy of that?
Pretty much.
Yeah, and Ed's got his hand up here. You can speak to that.
Yeah, and thanks for that. No, yeah, through the DCA 6, you do have either option. So you can do, a ledger deck that's attached to the house, or you can have a freestanding deck, where you're throwing another line of beams and posts right up against the house, or a foot away from the house, something like that, and you just cantilever back over to the house. So yeah, both options are in both the IRC and the DCA 6. Through the national codes. Now I don't know if you guys change that down or tweak it a little bit, but yeah, both those are out there. And I'll just throw out a quick plug as well. AWC is free for training, so if you want us to come out there and do some DCA 6 training or deck training or anything like that, I'm free. I fly out there and put that on for any state organizations or local chapters or anything like that. Yeah, but or anything, feel free to reach out to me, and I can certainly help you guys out with that.
So Ed, on the detached versus attached, the assumption on your mentioning that it can be attached or detached, the assumption is that the lateral ties are still required for both those instances. The detached is so close that you're still getting that lateral tie connection. But if it is not laterally tied, the assumption is that the DCA 6 you design otherwise, right? With full height X bracing or knee bracing or some other lateral force resisting system.
Then you're throwing in some cross bracing and everything. So you're not laterally bracing it back into the building then at all.
Right. So that'd be the non-prescriptive design. That Carrie's talking about.
So I feel like, I don't know if there's a way to add that what this prescriptive covers is if it's attached with a ledger. And then otherwise it would be a non-prescriptive design,
Yeah. The only thing is he's saying you don't even need to be ledger attached. You can still achieve the lateral tieback connection of 50792 for a non-ledgered scenario, just as long as you're close. Like you're just kind of almost touching or not fully ledgered. Your gravity is supported by beams and columns close to the house. And you're just not physically tying a ledger, but then you still have to have your tieback anchors to resist the rotation.
Okay. So to be prescriptive, they've got to be tied back in laterally to the house.
Yep.
Yeah, because otherwise, at least through the DCA 6, there's no way to laterally brace it coming out from the house. Then
that's been our
we have some we have some knee braces in there to keep it parallel to the house, but there's nothing perpendicular to the house from having it pull away.
50792 right now states lateral loads shall be transferred to the ground or to a structure capable of transmitting them to the ground. That'd be that non-prescriptive path. And then they say where you're using this prescriptive path, it's in accordance with those figures. Hold down tension devices. So that's so you're saying you'd like to see a little more clarification, Carrie, in 507.9, probably 507.9.1 and 9.2, just to kind of make sure that it's super clear on the prescriptive.
I think it would be helpful. I know we've had some submitted that, it's hard to chase the path to say this isn't part of the prescriptive code. That, the 507.8 that says where supported by an attachment to exterior wall. So sounds like maybe it's not required. If there was, I don't know, I know it's an issue we've dealt with of if there's a way to add some clarity.
Yeah, I think you're dealing with two different scenarios: gravity loads that have to be resisted and lateral loads that have to be resisted. Whether or not it's attached or detached, you could handle it two different ways. But go ahead, Ed.
And I was just going to say too, I have certainly seen some designs, especially for decks that aren't too far off the ground. If you're burying the posts, you're not just putting those posts, you're bringing your footing up to grade and then just putting a little post cap and maybe a 2-foot piece of post on top of that. There, you're not going to get your lateral loads. But if you had a footing down, at frost depth, you drop that post all the way down, and protect it and probably fill that up with concrete. There is a way to resist those lateral loads that way as well. I've certainly seen that design. So yeah, but again, that's a non-prescriptive paths. So,
Yeah, and we haven't been as concerned with the shorter ones, but as you get taller,
right. Yep.
definitely has some lateral issues.
Yeah. So, and then when you do get taller, yep, that's when I would definitely tell you to, throw a ledger on the house. If you're going up to a second story, throw a ledger on there and tie that back into the house then.
Thank you.
I think City of Portland has deck guide, I believe, or I've seen it in the past, where they show full height X bracing for detached, so as a deemed to comply solution.
Yeah, it's in process of being updated.
Okay.
It needs work. That's why I was asking about yours.
Okay.
I was just going to say, hey, what? I was going to say the opposite. You beat me to it. That's through, right, Jeremy? Are you still working on one there, or
that was it?
We just chitty chatting, because I think that's through 5, and that's all we have agenda. I got a heck of a list to get to here. Next meeting, 22nd. I think were most of you good for 22nd? I was getting a little close to the holidays.
I won't be here. Can I have a replacement, or should I have a replacement, or how do we want to do that?
I could if you wanted to. I think we have enough folks, but I don't think it's absolutely necessary. It wouldn't be so short, but if you have somebody there.
I do think it's good to have somebody from Central Oregon represented, though. So if you have, throw Randy up there. Why not?
There you go. Yeah.
No, somebody else.
Well, I told you no, but I'm a maybe now. So.
Okay. So replace.
I can be here on the 22nd.
I'll be here on the 22nd.
You could do a replacement too if there's somebody, Jody or somebody. But
yeah, we're kind of short. It's right before
that's
like
what
people
I
are
was worried
taking
about.
that holiday. So.
Well, Laura will be in touch. I guess we'll look at final numbers. That's the projected day, and then we got. Like I said, I got a pretty good list.
Can I add one more thing to your list? Back to chapter 1. Love chapter 1.
No.
In the application of the code R101.2.1, there's a note about small home specialty code.
Oh yeah.
I think it's may comply with that code instead of shall comply for small dwellings.
No, it's a shall. There's no option to build something under 400 to anything other than the 18 IRC.
But they have to have sprinklers, right?
Correct. That's the legislature chimed in. The legislature created the small home code, and they left no wiggle room. We actually asked that legal question, and it's not even, because I asked that question early on. What if I want to build to the ORSC under 4? And they said no, it occupies the field. Anything under 400 has to be the 18 IRC. Unamended. Yeah, so that it reads that way on purpose.
With that was local building official flexibility.
That was back from like 2019. That's not recent.
Oh, Jeremy, I
just from my back surgery then.
Yeah, they created the small home code.
But locals can decide. What I'm hearing from Jeremy? No,
local, not on the small home code. No, there's no local.
Not on the.
There's
they can't decide on the code,
in
but they can decide. They have flexibility on the sprinkler requirements.
There's a little bit of flexibility. There's some weasel wording in there in the bill itself. If you look at the language, yeah, and in 455.616. Look at that. ORS 455.616. There's some language in there that gives some flexibility around some of the systems, sprinkler system stuff. But yeah, no, it's a shall.
Is it BCD's position that that's what we should be enforcing right now?
Yeah, that's been in effect for about 3 years.
Or maybe you can put a link to the webpage.
I think it was
Let's say we haven't been doing that, and we have a lot of.
No, we're good. We're good, Jody.
Shh. Stop talking. Yeah, I don't know. It's not our code. It's the legislature's code, right, Richard? The small home specialty code is not a code we administer. The legislature created that code. So it's not even something that we can't amend it. We can't mess with it. So yeah, you would answer to the legislature, not to us. Yeah. It's a great question.
For 3 years ago, maybe.
I think it was 19, isn't that right? 2019? Somewhere
Sounds
around
about
there.
right.
Yeah, I think-
COVID happened, Natalie, so it's okay.
yeah, we lost 2 years, so it's
Yes.
really only been a year, Jody.
I'm 2 years younger than I am too, because we don't count COVID.
Nice try, Adelaide. Well, you're a year older because you're in Idaho or something, right? Aren't you ahead of us? I don't know.
Well,
Or
you'll
is that
find
just-
it comical, Eric. When we voted yesterday to create the Eastern Oregon Building Officials Group, they asked on the name, and one of the names they threw up was the Greater Idaho chapter. Because all the counties have voted for the Greater Idaho thing. But we're going to keep Eastern Oregon Building Officials Association. But that it was quite comical.
So under the temporary standards that the legislature put in there, we do have authority to waive the sprinklers with a modification for heat detection and occupant notification. Plus, as Jeremy stated, we are correct. We do get building official may alter, modify, or waive any specialty code requirement for a small home. That the strict adherence to small home specialty code is impractical or infeasible.
Correct. There's flexibility in there. I've yet to hear of one that has been willing to do that, but it's there.
Yeah, we just can't alter the code that they're, yeah, it's fine.
That they're using, correct. And that
Yeah.
includes the other question that comes with that, just because you haven't asked it yet, but you're probably already thinking it, is energy.
Yeah.
It's the model 2018 energy provisions too, not the Oregon energy provisions.
All right.
So Eric, what do you anticipate for the next meeting? How much ground do we have to cover?
So
Revisiting
we'll
tabled items?
start at 6 through the rest of the code, you think? One meeting, Laura? I don't know what we'll put it out on the agenda, get as far as we can get. I mean, I think the team's going to continue. We're still, we're trying to wrap up reviewing chapters, so we have to do that ahead of these meetings. It's been a little more hard with being shorthand, but we'll probably just put everything out there and just roll. As much as we've got finished and caught up on the matrix and have chapters finished up, and a lot of that's on poor Laura. She works her tail off getting that stuff ready after we do the reviews. So I don't even know what to. It should cruise. I mean, we get through 10, and then it's mechanical and some of that stuff. But any other thoughts or questions?
With the extra time, I was just curious if the committee wanted to hash out that 30113 language now, or
Let's do it. I'm for it.
If we're running tight, let's do it.
Yeah.
Laura, could you just bring that up, and then if Rex or others have thoughts on updating the language, you could just do it in real time. Thank you.
She's looking. What is it that she's looking for again, Jeremy? I wasn't. You're muted, bud.
The Word doc of R301.1.3.
Just the
the
Word
edits to the design stuff that I screen shared this morning.
That's right.
Yep. There you go. Thanks.
Yeah, so Jeremy, to continue on my comment from earlier, prescriptive design, the definition, we answer what prescriptive design is by saying it's prescriptive design or prescriptive provision. So I don't know the answer, but we somehow need to, and I went to the thesaurus a while ago trying to come up with a proposal.
Another thought would be to say a design which complies with R301.1. R301.1, if you read it, goes through the whole load path and it has to safely support the loads. And then the very last sentence of 301.1 states that, let's open that up real quick. 301.1.
Jeremy, I like your language better. I tell people the prescriptive provisions are the cookbook recipe code out of the residential code book. So that's better than cookbook.
Yeah, and that's kind of, I was thinking of all sorts of folksy things like that, but it doesn't sound very professional. But that's the idea we want to get across.
Instruction manual.
What about just delete prescriptive and just say with the provisions of this code? Laura was doing it as I said it. Our brains are the same and it's scary.
The model code does use the term prescriptive provisions elsewhere in the code because there are provisions that state you shall design, but that's not prescriptive. That's a code provision. Anyway, that's why I kind of like the word prescriptive, and I get that it's redundant because it's in the definition, but it would be nice to be able to pinpoint what is prescriptive. I think it's 301.1, the last sentence says buildings and structures constructed as prescribed by this code are deemed to comply with the requirements of this section. So we could say provisions of R301.1 or in accordance with R301.1, complies with R301.1, or prescriptive provisions in accordance with R301.1.
So just for curiosity, for this section, we're really only using prescriptive design provisions really for this one section we're talking about, 301.1.3, for the most part, correct, Jeremy? You're muted, Jeremy.
Sorry, thanks. Yeah, Laura, if you scroll down, I think I used the term prescriptive design again in a couple other sections below. Keep scrolling. Yeah, see how I say prescriptively design, where the code said designed using prescriptive provisions of this code. So see that the code uses that language already, designed using the prescriptive provisions of this code. So it seems to me to be in line with how the code already states itself, but
that isn't designed or in the definitions in the model code, correct?
correct.
Okay.
It's assumed. It's an assumed recipe, just like Adelie said.
Well, that was going to be my question. I'm glad to see it's in other sections, but what if the section just says the prescriptive sections of this code instead of trying to define prescriptively designed and just keep with what the model code already had said instead of defining it, just saying the same thing? Because it's not really design per se. You're following the cookbook. I like that. You're following the cookbook.
It really is a design, though, if you think about it, because like R602.10 is a design, in my opinion. There are designs. The deck provisions are a design. It's a prescriptive design, but it's I guess the word is what is design.
Exactly, and that's what I'm getting at, because that's where my joke was going to go. It's like, you haven't seen these napkin plans that we get, have you? Those are not designs.
I've seen them. Yeah.
I like having it defined, though, of what is prescriptive. I think that is useful.
The template.
I just meant if we were struggling with that, we could just use what the code already says. Because believe me, I get plenty of questions when you start rolling through the prescriptive design of this code. So just adding an extra definition to Rex's point I don't think it adds any value. So that's why I was making that comment.
Jeremy, I think you said you're going to send this back out to us anyway. Maybe we can
Yep.
It's
Yeah,
late in
you
the
guys
day,
can
maybe we
take
can
more time,
have an
digest it,
epiphany
send
over the
feedback,
weekend.
notes, comments. And then, like I said, it hasn't been fully vetted internally yet. So there may be some other edits that we need to do internally that we can share with you at a later date too.
You gotta take Laura's keyboard away from her. It's late in the day.
She's having
It's
fun.
late in the day.
Yeah, I apologize. Maybe we shouldn't do this right now.
Great idea, Jeremy. Great idea, Jeremy.
Yeah, something we can agree on. Yeah.
Okay, anything other than 301 we want to talk about? We good? 22nd? Adjourn? Okay, no?
Sure, why not?
Everybody just looks at me. Kevin's still here. Hey, Kevin. All right.
Kevin!
Kevin!
Proof of life.
He's actually here. All righty, folks. Well, unless that changes somehow or some way, Laura will be in touch and we'll see you on the 22nd.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.